The mob space mercenary in the Galactic Empire doesn't want to stand out. Volume 3. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Mob number 55. I see. Well, I'm hanging up now. I need to pick some eggplants from the garden for dinner, or Mom will scold me. It was good that I left the victory party for defeating the terrorists early and came home, but the reward hadn't been paid yet. I was a bit shocked, but I could understand. It's not that the Count was reluctant to pay. He's probably quite busy with local security measures, preparing to restart the energy plant, and coordinating with the military and government. He's not the type to ignore mercenaries' rewards, so I should be patient and wait. This might be a good chance to take it easy for 2 to 3 days. I returned to my room in the afternoon, and the first thing to do was clean up. There's no trash, but dust accumulates, and I want to keep it tidy for my peace of mind. After that, it's time for shopping. I need to buy dinner for tonight and breakfast for tomorrow, as well as water, soft drinks, coffee, and portable food to stock on the ship. When shopping, I use the 3-wheeled cart scooter available to apartment residents and head to the nearby market. The local market, Grummanek store, is a mid-sized chain store that offers typical services like droid delivery, producer information browsing, remote droid proxy shopping, and a cashier-less system using data money payments. It's popular for its variety of side dishes, but recently, I've been buying from the butcher shop in the black market shopping district. It's not that the food isn't tasty. I buy what I need at the store, sometimes trying new products out of curiosity or feeling disappointed when my favorites are out of stock. It's quite fun and stimulating. As I was about to leave the store after finishing my shopping, I saw a little boy entering the store, holding hands with his parents. Seeing that, I suddenly remembered my own parents. After graduating from high school and becoming a mercenary, I've contacted them many times and seen their faces through video calls, but I haven't met them in person. I've thought about visiting, but as someone who could only find work as a mercenary, a somewhat disreputable profession, I don't know how the neighbors would gossip if I went back to my hometown. So, I've limited myself to sending money home and occasional video calls. Maybe I'll call them. I went to the market parking lot and made a call using my wrist-mounted terminal. List.com. This device can show images, so I can see the other person's face. Hello. Uzos speaking. The face that appeared on the screen was my dad, Jack Uzos. Unlike me, Dad is tall and lean. I imagine he must have been popular among female employees when he was working at the company. On the other hand, Mom, Stella Uzos, is on the shorter side and gives a round impression, though she's not fat. In other words, she's more like me. Hey, Dad. Is now a good time? What's up? This is unusual. Dad, whom I hadn't seen in a while, looked as calm as ever. When he was working at the company, he always looked tired and seemed possessed by something. When he was falsely accused, he even seemed lifeless. However, after quitting the company and returning to his hometown on the planet Dabule, a place that's moderately urban and rural, to start farming, he gained a calm demeanor as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. It's probably because various entanglements and responsibilities were gone. Just checking in. I was wondering about the debt situation. I thought it should be nearly paid off by now. Yes. With what you sent last time, there's only about 1 million credits left. That's good. I'll have some income from a recent job soon, so let's use that to pay it off completely. We could manage that much with our earnings here. We just harvested the cabbage and got some income. Even so, let me pay it. The sooner it's paid off, the better, right? You're right. All right, I'll leave it to you. The debt originated from a false accusation. We never know when someone might make another false claim and increase the remaining amount. To prevent such things, Dad's allies at the company transferred the debt to a reputable bank that wouldn't agree to such practices, so the possibility is low, but you never know what might happen. That's why it's undoubtedly better to pay it off as soon as possible. Understanding this, Dad quietly bowed his head and accepted my proposal. By the way, where's Mum? She went to karaoke with her friends after finishing her afternoon work. Something about karaoke diet. She took me once before, but it was just tiring. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I tried changing the subject, and Dad told me about Mom's recent aggressive activities with a resigned sigh. If it was tiring, does that mean it was somewhat effective? Mom hasn't changed, has she? What about you? Couldn't you at least get slimming treatment? As I was marveling at Mom's diet escapades, Dad threw an unexpected question at me. Slimming treatment involves taking weight loss medication to forcibly burn fat. However, the resulting fever is quite high and lasts for about 2 days, including the time needed for the stretched skin to contract after the fat is gone. It requires about a week of hospitalization. The treatment cost is considerable but not unaffordable for ordinary people. The problem is the need for hospitalization and the high possibility of nobles snatching reservations from common people. There are even rumors of some places taking the money without providing the treatment. I'm not interested in that for now. That's why I wasn't interested. You take after your mother in that regard. I wish I got my height from you, Dad. Dad is about 180 centimeters tall, but I didn't quite reach 170 centimeters. I really wish I had taken after Dad in that aspect. Are you doing well on your end? Well, yeah. I try not to take on reckless jobs. Once the debt is paid off, I'll contact you. Come home for a visit. Don't worry about what the neighbors might say. It seems he had realized that I wasn't coming home because I was concerned about the neighbors' opinions. As expected, I can't outsmart Dad, if my schedule allows. I see. Well, I'm hanging up now. I need to pick some eggplants from the garden for dinner, or Mom will scold me. I'm about to have dinner too, so I'll say goodbye. With that, we both ended the call. Phew. These calls are always nerve-wracking. If I had made the call from my room, there would have been an awkward atmosphere lingering. It was the right decision to call from the market parking lot. After returning to my room and eating the dinner I prepared, I received an unexpected video call from Gonzalez. Ironically, the situation is reversed from when I was about to leave for the terrorist subjugation mission. Hey, looks like you made it back alive. Yeah, I did. It's rare for you to call. What's up? He doesn't look too serious, so it's probably not bad news. Actually, I ran into Cruz today. We talked about meeting up tomorrow since we're both free. I thought you might be back by now, so I called to check. What do you say? Come to think of it, tomorrow is a day off. When you're working as a mercenary, you tend to lose track of the days of the week. I just decided to take a break, so that works for me. All right. Let's meet at Playstar House in front of the station at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'll let Cruz know. Got it. While I've run into each of them or gone on jobs with them individually, it's been a while since all three of us got together. By the way, Playstar House is the game center we've been frequenting since our student days. It has a wide range of game cabinets, from analog lever and button types to brainwave-controlled ones and full-dive VR systems. The titles range from the latest to retro classics. The place is spacious with a bright atmosphere, and they even have tough-looking staff acting as bouncers, so thankfully there aren't any troublemakers around. By the way, how did that meeting you mentioned before go? Remembering the content of the phone call when I tried to get information before leaving, I casually asked. Oh man, let me tell you, it was full of sexual harassment. It seems he was quite beaten down by the experience and started venting his frustrations. Since he always helps me out, I guess I can listen to his complaints for a change. Mob number 56. Well then, shall we grab a light lunch and head to anime bar? Yesterday, I ended up listening to Gonzalez's complaints for a full hour. Well, since he's usually the one listening to others, it's not bad to hear him out once in a while. Fortunately, neither Gonzalez nor I drink alcohol, so we were able to wrap up early. The next morning at 9:55 a.m., I was waiting for Gonzalez and Mr. Cruz in front of Playstar House, near the station. Within 3 minutes, hey yo, Gonzalez arrived. He was wearing his usual outfit under his white coat, black pumps, tight red pants, and a white blouse, with a brown coat over it all. Looks like Cruz isn't here yet. Just before 10 o'clock. All right, right on time. Mr. Cruz arrived. He was wearing sneakers, jeans, a polo shirt, and a light-colored jacket. His metal mask and gloves had a red and yellow design that looked familiar from somewhere. First, let's get the figures of Chuka Shinogi and Miki Kamaji from Sword of the Demon Killer right off the bat. And as a follower of Maya-sama, I absolutely must get the sacred figure of Maya-sama from Konosuba, in the Furiso dress version. Ignoring Gonzalez's retort, Mr. Cruz dashed towards the Crane Games as soon as we entered the store, making that declaration. 50 minutes later, in the end, Mr. Cruz spent a total of 17,000 credits and got his hands on Chuka Shinogi, Miki Kamaji, and Maya-sama in the Furiso dress version. He also got Murona Grisha in her victory celebration dress version, a character from the social raising simulation game, Speed Queen, the Planet Race, who was recently chosen as the protagonist for an upcoming anime. After that, we enjoyed some versus games, racing games, and medal games that we hadn't played in a while. We left the store a bit past lunchtime. Damn it. If only I could have dodged there. Gun-san, your turn timing is too soft. Yuzo-san, on the other hand, is quite impressive. Well, it's a matter of life and death, but it's nice that we don't get hurt even when we crash or get shot down. The last dogfight game we played was Mr. Cruz's suggestion. Well then, shall we grab a light lunch and head to anime bar? Back in our student days, when we played at the arcade on holidays, we used to play until well past noon to avoid the lunch rush, and then eat when restaurants started to clear out. Somehow, we were still following that pattern even as adults. Let's find somewhere. At that moment, a famous trendy cafe chain caught our eye. Instantly, the expressions of all three of us, including me, froze. Maybe not there. Nope. Definitely not. Back in our student days, the three of us once entered this trendy cafe chain. At that time, we felt like the staff and other customers were glaring at us, as if saying, "Otaku, like you shouldn't be coming into a stylish cafe like this." Of course, neither the staff nor the customers actually said anything or even looked at us. Thinking about it now, we were probably just feeling self-conscious, but at the time, we really believed it. Moreover, while we were wanting to quickly get our order and leave, our Oddie burgers showed up with a bunch of girls and started harassing us, saying, "Hey, why are gloomy guys like you using such a stylish place?" It was an unpleasant experience, which made us dislike this trendy cafe chain and avoid it since then. The coffee was delicious, though. For these reasons, we decided to go to our usual fast food restaurant. From an outsider's perspective, we must have been quite a sight. Me, clearly an otaku, a man with a metal head and arms, and a beautiful woman with glasses. Quite an unusual combination. Especially Gonzalez. If he were in his original body, he wouldn't stand out much, but now he's very noticeable. Well, I'd never stop being friends with him because of that. So, we each ordered our burgers and drinks and sat down. Then Mr. Cruz spoke to me. "By the way, Yuzo-san, did you participate in the recent terrorist suppression on planet Tura?" "Yeah, I managed to survive somehow." It's natural for him to know about it since it was reported all over the Empire, and it's also natural to assume I participated since I'm a mercenary. "So, did you get to see the Crimson Goddess? Did you maybe even get to talk to her?" I thought he might ask about how much the reward was, but true to form, my friend excitedly asked about the rumored beautiful female mercenary. "I saw her image and heard her voice over communications, but I didn't talk to her personally. There's no way I could, you know." "Yeah, I guess not." When I honestly told him the facts, Mr. Cruz easily accepted it. Mr. Cruz is similar to me, so he understands that there's no way someone like us could talk to such a dazzling person. We both understand this well about each other. As Mr. Cruz and I hung our heads, Gonzalez turned the conversation to Mr. Cruz. "Speaking of which, how's your treatment going?" He asked about the state of Mr. Cruz's injuries. As someone involved in medicine, he seemed particularly concerned, even recommending an ointment effective for burn scars. Mr. Cruz's face turned serious, and he said, "Actually," he removed the glove from his left arm. There appeared a beautiful left arm without any burn scars. "The day before yesterday, both my arms were completely healed," he exclaimed happily while removing the glove from his right arm. There, too, appeared an equally beautiful right arm. Both arms were completely white because they hadn't been exposed to sunlight for years. That's great. Congratulations. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Both Gonzalez and I were happy about our friend's recovery. Well, my face isn't completely healed yet, so there's a possibility it might recur. Also, I just feel uneasy without wearing something. It seems it wasn't completely over yet, but rather a milestone. Still, it's great to see even a bit of our friend's scars disappear. By the way, Gun-san, when are you going to return to your original body? As if returning the favor for showing concern about him, Mr. Cruz asked Gonzalez. Well, to return, I need proof of my original body and various other things, and more than anything, the cost. Gonzalez mumbled while munching on fries in response to Mr. Cruz's question. But it's entirely his own fault. It's your own doing. I mean, despite having the unpleasant job in that meetings, you bought a sterilization and cleaning capsule used in medical facilities because you didn't want to return to your original body. That's on you. I pointed out the reason he couldn't return to his original body, which I had heard before. There was a miscalculation. The meetings themselves are monthly and also service study sessions. The chair duty is supposed to be handled by young members within 10 years of getting their qualifications, so I thought I had at least another year before my turn. But several people quit, passed away, or passed the 10-year mark, so my turn came up earlier than expected. Gonzalez seemed to have nothing but regret for the current situation caused by his miscalculation. Mob number 57. That's a typical answer from Mr. Yuzos. After finishing lunch, our next destination is already decided. I wonder when the data cards for the remake of Noisy Planet will be released. No way. It just started airing. So it's impossible. But there should be some for Sword of the Demon Killer, Dream Brothel Arc. When are the new volumes of Pirates, Straw Hat, and Spirit Coffin Freelance coming out? We're heading to Mashitumo Building, the otaku mecca of this planet, crowded with various shops including the anime store, Anime Member, to buy manga, novels, anime goods, and doujinshi. The time spent casually chatting about our favorite anime and manga is incredibly enjoyable for the three of us. It might not be appropriate as working adults, but we can't stop. Right now, Anime Member has started consignment sales of new doujinshi from the comic festival, which is our main objective. We'll also visit the adjoining recycling shop, Seizabun, to search for hidden gem doujinshi. We hop from store to store, and despite only shopping, we end up spending 4 hours. Thanks to that, everyone got what they wanted, and we left Mashitumo Building with smiles on our faces. By then, it was already evening, with people heading home from work or going out for drinks. None of us drink alcohol, and we're eager to start reading our newly bought manga and novels. So we're heading to the nearest station to go home when we hear a loud voice. We see a man in his 40s standing on an upside-down beer crate, holding a shoulder-strap speaker and giving a street speech. Behind him, several brave-looking posters are plastered on a partition, and a few men and women are handing out flyers. What's that? I can't help but ask about this unfamiliar sight. It's a group trying to gain independence for their invaded homeland. They say that with the current weak-willed emperor, it's time to become independent and even try to overthrow the empire. As Mr. Cruz explains, I listen to the speech content, and indeed, it's about how the current emperor is weak, so it's time for colonized countries to rise up and become independent. Looks like they might stage a coup. As a mercenary, wouldn't this be a good opportunity to make money? Hearing my muttered words, Mr. Cruz asks with a serious air. Indeed, judging from the content, the possibility of a coup is very high. For me, as a mercenary, it could be a chance to earn. But my answer is already decided. Sorry, I'll pass. Small-scale pirate subjugation, escort missions for transport ships, or minor noble disputes are better. That's a typical answer from Mr. Yuzos. Mr. Cruz was probably worried about me, considering that I might be forcibly conscripted due to my profession. Then, Gonzalez, staring at a fallen flyer, exclaims in surprise, I saw this poster in my neighborhood too. How reckless. Mr. Cruz and I can't help but raise our voices. Gonzalez neighborhood. There, Black Market Shopping District, is a shopping area for Chunibyo enthusiasts. Even if famous companies or government-related posters are put up, it's a daily occurrence for them to be torn down or shredded by the next day, replaced with something they think is cooler. In some cases, they might even be remade into an even more Chunibyo, cringeworthy style. However, recently, companies have become smarter and started using Chunibyo-style posters specifically for this shopping district. Example, energy drink, magical beast body fluid that surpasses physical limits. It takes quite some courage to put up posters in that black market shopping district. Well, by the next day, it was invaded by the butcher shop's poster. Descent of the sea beast cocoon drowning in white turbidity. Crimson shell that breeds silence, and eternal crimson shell in infinity, as expected. And judging from the content, it's probably about crab and shrimp cream croquettes. That butcher shop is still pushing boundaries as usual. Next time we visit Gonzalez's place, let's try buying some. Regardless of the naming, their croquettes are really delicious. The day after enjoying such a fun day off, I headed to the Mercenary Guild to collect the reward for the recent terrorist subjugation mission. Usually, I send 1/3 of the reward to repay the debt, but this time I'll send half. This will complete the repayment of the unfair debt my father was burdened with, including the principal and interest. Finally, a weight will be lifted off my shoulders. This time's reward is 4 million credits. Do you want to receive it as usual? However, something seems off about the reward I'm supposed to receive. Normally, it would be around 2.5 to 3.5 million credits, but it's been significantly increased. The amount seems different, doesn't it? Feeling uneasy, I asked Uncle Rones, and he replied, "Those deployed or stationed soldiers caused some trouble, right? It's like an apology, or rather, a bribe to keep things quiet." Even if they say to keep quiet, it's impossible since it led to a court-martial. If they're giving it to you, just take it. It's not just 1 or 2 people, so you won't be framed for embezzlement. I received an ambiguous answer that left me both uneasy and somewhat convinced. Well, knowing like Arai, he probably wouldn't set a trap for us mercenaries. Then I'll take it all in information data money this time. Also, I'd like to accept this. Saying that, I presented the request form for a small-scale pirate subjugation mission I had found earlier. Even with a big payday, you're still working. I take my hat off to you. You never know when you'll need money. So, it's a safe and modest pirate subjugation, huh? After receiving the reward, completing the request procedures, and getting the necessary information, I left the guild and went to the usual bank to transfer half of the received reward to my father's account. Actually, there's at least an ATM inside the Mercenary Guild building, but using the ATM means you have money, so people in need of cash tend to flock around, which is why no one uses it. Apparently, there's a proposal to remove it now. After that, I returned to the guild, boarded their patchwork, my own ship, and set off for the pirate subjugation mission. By the way, these pirates are such small fry that even if I asked Gonzalez, he probably wouldn't have any information on them, so the information from the guild is sufficient. But I must never let my guard down, no matter what. Mob number 58. 700 credits, cash only. We arrived at the space sector mentioned in the request after half a day's journey. This area was known for small-scale pirate activity. It was clear that their hideout was nearby since they rarely ventured far from this sector for their operations. I planned to scout the area briefly before heading to a nearby service area for information. That's what I thought. However, to my surprise, I discovered what appeared to be their hideout on a small asteroid. After just 2 hours of searching, I tried hailing them, but there was no response. It seemed they were out on a job. With no suitable hiding spots near the asteroid, I attached a marker to it and decided to head to the service area. Perhaps they were there, celebrating a successful heist. The nearest service area was on planet Lugo, a beautiful pink gas giant. While visually stunning, its atmosphere exceeded 240 degrees Celsius and contained acidic components, making it extremely dangerous to enter. Despite this, Lugo was a popular spot for photos, resulting in numerous service areas. Among these, only the oldest establishment, Service area Kinka seemed suitable for pirates to celebrate. Its paint was peeling in places, showing its age. With just an energy station, toilets, and a restaurant bar combo, it wasn't popular among tourists. Instead, it attracted rough transport workers and mercenaries, making it easier for pirates to blend in. Moreover, its location near bustling service areas provided a kind of camouflage, as most people wouldn't expect pirates to be so close to populated areas. Inside, I found transport workers and mercenaries enjoying meals, drinks, and idle chatter with their companions. I took a seat in a corner. A female android with patchwork artificial skin and mechanical parts came to take my order. What'll it be? No welcome or pleasantries, but she handed me the menu carefully. The menu consisted of junk food and bar snacks, burgers, hot dogs, sandwiches, fries, fried chicken, boiled sausages, mashed potatoes, mixed nuts, jerky, and pickles. Drinks were all alcoholic except for cola and water, clearly catering to a rough crowd. Of course, there were no size options. Well, this lineup is not going to attract the general public, is it? I'll have a burger, fries, and a cola, please. No booze? I'll order some later. I don't drink while eating, I answered quickly to avoid trouble with the surrounding patrons. She took my order and left without a word of acknowledgement. While waiting, I scanned the room. There were people celebrating, but my targets weren't among them. Soon, my order arrived without a here you go or any such courtesy. 700 credits, cash only. She demanded payment in a curt tone. This system probably existed to prevent dine and dash situations. I handed her a 1000 credit coin, and she took out change from a leather pouch on her waist. 300 credits change. She held out the coins but didn't drop them into my outstretched hand, instead meeting my gaze. Ah, I see. Please keep the change. Oh my, are you sure? Thank you. Understanding her intention, I offered the change. She broke into a smile I hadn't seen before, spoke in a cute voice, pocketed the coins, and left my table. Initially, I thought she was an android, but she might be human with cybernetic limbs. I started eating my burger. Surprisingly, both the burger and fries were of decent quality. If you don't mind the atmosphere, staff, or other patrons, it might be worth eating here. As I enjoyed my meal, two clearly rough-looking but small-time characters entered the establishment. One was tall, the other short, a typical mismatched duo. They were undoubtedly the small-scale pirates I was looking for. After all, they had brazenly shown their faces on communication screens, calling themselves the Hans Brothers and boasting about their notoriety. Their photos were clearly displayed in the guild's documents. Of course, there was a possibility they might have changed their appearances after deliberately showing their faces, but they looked exactly the same. The Hans brothers sat at a table 2 spots away from mine. 2 beers, sausages, and chickens each. Hurry up, sis. If you're slow, I'll smack that ass of yours. Get on our good side, and we'll treat you right. We've got plenty of cash, you know. They hurled these extremely disrespectful words at the impassive waitress while placing their order. From their conversation, it seemed they had just finished a job. They didn't notice me, boastfully discussing their achievements. I could have attacked and captured them here, but that would trouble the establishment, and something about that waitress seemed intimidating, so I decided against it. The waitress brought their food, 12,900 credits, cash only. The price was outrageous. A medium mug of beer, 500 credits. A plate of fried chicken, 6 pieces, 900 credits. A plate of boiled sausages, 5 pieces, 750 credits. The total should have been 2,150 credits per person, 4,300 for 2, but 12,900 credits was exactly 3 times that amount. She was clearly annoyed by their disrespectful comments, and her expression showed it. The Hans brothers weren't about to take this silently. There's no way beer, sausages, and chicken for 2 cost that much. Are you messing with us, woman? You want us to teach you a lesson? While the Hans brothers tried to look tough, they exuded an air of small-time criminals, not particularly frightening to someone used to rough situations. It includes compensation for putting up with you. Pay up quick." The waitress, clearly accustomed to such confrontations, cracked her knuckles without showing any fear. If anything, her intimidating presence was overwhelming them. Her intensity was so great that even the surrounding customers were cowering. Perhaps she doubled as a bouncer. "Damn it, we shouldn't have tried to celebrate in a place like this. Let's go." What a shame, and we just made a killing too. Despite their attempts at tough parting words, the Hans brothers fled the establishment, clearly intimidated by the waitress. I quickly finished my remaining burger and cola, left a 1,000 credit coin under my plate for the alcohol I hadn't ordered, and left the restaurant to tail the Hans brothers. My goals were to confirm if the asteroid I had found earlier was indeed their hideout and to ensure no one interfered when I captured them. Mob number 59. I've already accepted that I have no luck with women, so could you please stop? If you don't, I'll have to shoot you down. I managed to attach a beacon to the Hans brothers' spaceship, a cream-colored vessel that looked like two cones connected together. After leaving the service area, I followed the pair at a distance. Fortunately, they didn't stop anywhere else and headed straight for that asteroid. As they slowed down to dock with the asteroid, I fired a beam aimed at destroying their engine nozzle. However, just before impact, their ship suddenly moved, and I missed. Of course, the pair immediately fired up their engines and tried to escape. It might be useless, but I'll try calling out to them. "You're the pirate Hans brothers, right? I think it'd be better if you surrendered quietly. Don't mess with us. We're the infamous Hans brothers who would get caught by an Otaku loser like you. Women come to us. Though a nerd like you will probably never have that chance." Since I was communicating with video, they could see my nerdy face, while I saw the prickly-looking mismatched pair, laughing vulgarly and spewing exaggerated tough guy language. They were listed as pawn-rank soldiers in the Mercenary Guild request. I've already accepted that I have no luck with women, so could you please stop? If you don't, I'll have to shoot you down. Try it if you can. Well then, I'll shoot without hesitation. However, just like when they were docking with the asteroid, they dodged it. "Hey, that was dangerous, you bastard, but you told me to try it. My brother's skills are incredible. He even avoided your beam while sneezing." I see. I feel a bit of kinship with them, but I have to capture them. So, then should I keep shooting until I hit? I fired several beams, thinking one might hit, but they dodged them all. Whoa. "Hey, stop it, you bastard." And so they fled at full speed. It seemed their ship was slightly faster, and I could barely keep up. Occasionally, I aimed for their engine nozzle with my beam for both restraint and attack, but they skillfully avoided it, probably due to luck. After chasing them for about 30 minutes, just as I thought I had them and pulled the trigger, the wreckage of a medium-sized combat vessel, probably a destroyer, came between us. The beam hit that wreckage, forced to decelerate and change direction to avoid the wreckage. I ended up letting them increase the distance. I quickly avoided the wreckage and headed in the direction they fled. However, after about 5 minutes, an unbelievable situation occurred. Somehow, I encountered a fleet. We addressed the small combat vessel. Beyond this point is the direct territory of His Grace, Duke Altistpinilovas. If you proceed any further, you will be eliminated as an illegal intruder. Well, there's absolutely no chance of winning, so I stopped my ship by shutting down the main engine. This is a member of the Mercenary Guild. I'm currently in pursuit of pirates who may have entered the Duke's territory. We have no reports of such sightings yet. If discovered, we will handle it. The one responding was clearly a middle-aged nobleman, probably the commander of this fleet. He was glaring at me as if I were something dirty. Well, there's no need to get upset over such a trivial matter. Understood. If you capture or sink them, please inform the police or the Mercenary Guild. Also, if needed, I can provide information about the pirates. Fine. Come closer. After I handed over the information, "That's enough. Now get out of here." He made a shooing gesture as if chasing away a dog. "Yes, I'll take my leave then." Somehow, I was safely released. I doubt those Hans brothers are actually the Duke's subordinates. If they were, it would be too sloppy. Well, even if it were the Duke's orders, they'd probably just dispose of them. So it's better not to get too involved, for now. I'll contact the guild and have them buy that asteroid. Hello. This is Rones from the Mercenary Guild. Its branch. Hello. This is John. Night rank. Actually, I was chasing the Hans brothers, but they escaped into Duke Altistltbinilova's direct territory, making further pursuit impossible. Duke's territory? Come on. Could those small fries really be connected to the Duke? I'm not sure about that, but I was blocked by the Duke's private army. So I quietly retreated. If you'd pushed it, you might have risked your life. That was wise. The mission failed. But I've pinpointed their hideout, so please buy it. Here are the coordinates. Understood. Come back safely. Sure thing. The mission failed, but there won't be any penalties due to the Duke's involvement being an unavoidable circumstance. If they buy that asteroid, it should fetch a decent amount. However, the moment I ended the communication, a danger alert sounded. I hurriedly steered, and a beam passed just barely missing the ship's body. Checking the multi-camera, I saw two Grant Ross-made combat vessels, G-22, bastes. One had white and red coloring, the other white and blue, both with purple dog face emblems on their hulls. They're definitely not the Hans brothers, but I can't say for certain they're assassins sent by Duke Orvas to silence me. Meanwhile, the two ships approached, alternating their positions up, down, left, and right in acrobatic flight paths, firing beams intermittently. It's a feat that requires considerable skill. This is no joke. I haven't even entered the Duke's territory, and I don't remember seeing anything dangerous, so I can't afford to be killed. For now, one option is to escape to the asteroid hideout. A recovery ship might be there by now, but they probably won't let me do that. Fuel must be quite low after chasing the Hans brothers. In that case, it's safer to immobilize them first. However, beams are raining down, and their movements are hard to predict as they separate and overlap. I'm managing to dodge for now, but at this rate, I'll run out of fuel. Suddenly, the two ships split left and right and increased speed. Sensing they were going for a pincer attack, I instantly tilted my ship to the right, raised the nose, briefly fired the attitude control thrusters at full power on the ship's underside, and simultaneously stopped the main booster. Using this shoot-down feint, I aimed the nose at the blue ship on the right and fired a beam at its approximate position. I hoped it would disrupt their pincer attack, but by chance, it hit the blue ship's body and engine nozzle as it was turning. The blue ship couldn't complete its turn and continued in the same direction. I somehow managed to get behind the red ship as it finished its wide turn, and destroyed its engine nozzle. Just as I was about to call for their surrender, a capsule-like object appeared from their cockpit section and was ejected at incredible speed in the opposite direction of the asteroid. It seems they had a high-speed ejection escape capsule installed. If I remember correctly, that's quite an expensive item. For now, the immediate danger has passed. I'll tow these two ships as both evidence and spoils of war. I should have a rope and hook somewhere. It's good that we always wear spacesuits when boarding ships, so there's no need to change clothes when we need to do extravehicular activities. Still, I'm grateful that the red ship approached the disabled blue ship so carelessly after it was hit. Thanks to that, I was somehow able to survive. Mob number 60. Isn't it natural to crush them completely? After selling the asteroid and the combat ships, I went straight home and fell into a deep sleep. Still, I wonder why they attacked me even though I turned back without disobeying the warning and didn't see anything. Maybe there's something dangerous there. Well, I can't say for sure that they were assassins from the Duke's family, but the possibility is extremely high. However, if someone like me sticks their nose in, it probably won't end well. Unless I'm attacked again, it's best to leave it alone. The protagonist would probably bravely challenge the Duke, but if a mob like me charged in, I'd be killed instantly. Anyway, the appraisal should be done by tomorrow. Once I receive the payment, I'll go buy some new releases and doujin Shiat, anime member. The next day, still feeling not fully recovered from fatigue, I somehow made it to the guild. You look tired. This is what happens when you're attacked for no reason. As usual, I ask Uncle Rones to handle the paperwork. Anyway, the request is void. Here's the buyback for the asteroid converted into a building and 2 Grant Ross G-22, based at ships you secured. Uncle shows me the details. The asteroid converted into a building, 3.41 million credits. There, based at, while no longer the main fighter of the Imperial Army, is still quite popular, so it's 4.07 million credits each. The total came to 11.55 million credits. For now, cash is obviously scary, so I think I'll take it all in information date to money. Then, I'll take it all in information date to money. Understood. However, you've hit quite a big number this time. Yeah, and I'm exhausted because of it. As we were talking, wait a minute. Why is someone who failed to defeat pirates getting such a big reward? A loud voice came from the next seat. When I turned to look, a beautiful woman with long pink hair tied in a ponytail, seemingly a bit younger than me, was staring at me over the partition. The person next door couldn't capture the pirates themselves, but they seized the asteroid that was converted into a building that served as their hideout, and captured two, based at, ships that attacked them on their way back. So it's not so much a reward as it is a buyback price. Moreover, the request wasn't a failure, it was voided. The Duke's private security fleet shot down the pirates and recovered the bodies, as reported to the police and the Mercenary Guild. More importantly, please take your seat. And your current behavior is completely against manners. Then, I heard the angry voice of Alphonse Zystole from next door. However, the pink-haired woman didn't sit down and continued to protest to Zystole-san. I understand the circumstances of the request. But when I properly defeated pirates, you didn't buy back their ship. She emphasized the properly defeated part. In your case, it's always completely destroyed, so we can't buy it back. Isn't it natural to crush them completely? Then it's impossible to buy back. GRR. The pink-haired woman made a frustrated expression at Zystole-san's explanation. Then she suddenly glared at me. Someone like you, who can't even properly defeat pirates, shouldn't be receiving such a high reward. There, based at, was probably just left at the pirate hideout, right? She hurled abuse at me. Not only did she peek at someone else's documents, but she also called me a complete stranger trash. To be honest, she's extremely rude, and she's definitely going to be troublesome. That's right. Hey, trash. Hand over there, based at, to me. As a former main fighter of the Imperial Army, it's more suitable for me to pilot it. As expected, she threw words at me that made me want to ask who's really the trash here. Sorry, but that's impossible. The guild has already bought them, so they're not in his possession anymore. Besides, they can't be used without repairing the damaged parts. Uncle Rones answered exasperatedly to the pink-haired woman's words. Then you buy them back and repair them perfectly before handing them over to me. She spouted utterly unreasonable words at me. Mizuko Chandler, that's clearly an act of extortion. If you don't stop immediately, we'll report you to the police, which will lead to your arrest, followed by the revocation of your mercenary qualification and a direct descent into imprisonment. Is that what you want? Zystole-san's voice, calm but undoubtedly angry, could be heard. Alphonse Zystole initially became popular as a capable and beautiful receptionist. However, due to his martial arts skills and his unforgiving attitude towards mercenaries who are irresponsible or cause problems, he's apparently nicknamed the Princess of Order. Perhaps frightened by his intensity, the unreasonable pink-haired woman quietly sat down. Just give me my reward already, and the application form for the promotion exam. Still intimidated by Zystole-san's intensity but demanding what she needed, she glared at me one last time before hurriedly leaving the place. Uncle Rones, and Zystole-san all let out a big sigh. Hey, why didn't you argue back? You definitely shot down those, based at, ships. That person is the same type as Yuri Hero. She probably wouldn't listen to anything I say. It's better that she didn't suddenly start punching me. Her thinking was even worse than that. As Uncle Rones and I were shocked by the pink-haired woman, Zystole-san joined the conversation. Besides, that person is a bit of a problem child. Did something happen? Well, her attitude and words are one thing, but remember how she just took the application form for the promotion exam? The thing is, she doesn't actually meet the qualifications for promotion. The Mercenary Guild's promotion exam. To take the exam to rise to the bishop rank, There are two conditions, being of knight rank. Well, this is obvious. Having completed at least 10 requests each in combat, subjugation, escort, and security. Failures and voids don't count. Combat refers to wars between nobles and such, while subjugation involves capturing or repelling pirates or terrorists like the recent incident. If there aren't many or any requests for wars or pirate subjugation, there's a rule in the Mercenary Guild's regulations. Mercenaries of the Mercenary Guild must take at least 4 requests that definitely involve combat, armed conflicts between factions, pirate subjugation, etc., within a year. Cases of sudden occurrences are also accounted for. However, this doesn't apply if there's no sudden combat that definitely involves fighting. Under these conditions, it becomes necessary to complete many escort and security requests. By the way, there's only an exam when advancing from knight rank to bishop rank. One can be promoted to queen rank based on achievements. For king rank, the requirements are being at queen rank, approval from the Grand Master of the Mercenary Guild headquarters and at least 3 guild masters, investigation of reported achievements, a background check, and then an interview with 6 guild masters including the Grand Master. If you pass, you can become king rank. It seemed like she more than met the requirements, though. She's reached knight rank, but that guy says things like that's work for dimwits, and hasn't completed a single escort or security job. That's why I'm telling she's not qualified to take the exam, but she keeps applying. Zeistol-san sighed even more deeply. Unless you're like Lambertrigras equals Ikari-kun who achieved incredible results and got recommendations from above, normally you can't even take the exam if you haven't met those requirements. From bishop rank onwards, escort and security requests are actually more frequent. But it seems that Toko Chandler person doesn't understand this. What a troublesome person. Well, I'll be taking my leave then. Honestly, there's nothing I can do about this, and it's not my business anyway. If she starts demanding money or goods, I'll report her to the police immediately. All right. Take care. Thank you very much for your time. Seeing me off by Uncle Rones and Zeistol-san, I left the Mercenary Guild, careful not to be spotted by the pink person. Now, shall I go to an I member, to blow off this unpleasant mood? Section. Sighed. Toko Chandler. What's with that woman? I heard she was capable, so I graciously decided to use her. Talk about biting the hand that feeds you. I was planning to make that gross otaku offer up money and machines. Why can't I become bishop rank in the first place? Usually, someone as excellent as me would skip grades and become bishop rank in one go, so why isn't that happening? I'm sure it's that woman, who's jealous of me and getting in my way. Besides, this is taking too long. How long does it take to bring 1 cup of coffee? I'm sorry for the wait. You're late. Eek. I swatted away the coffee cup the commoner waitress was trying to place on the table. The cup fell to the floor and broke, but that's not my problem. How long does it take to bring 1 cup of coffee? This is why I hate establishments used by commoners. I heard this place called Bandit Coffee was considered high class among places used by commoners, but in the end, it's just a commoner's shop. I am very sorry, but it hasn't even been 2 minutes since you ordered. Don't talk back to me, you commoner. I can't tolerate a mere commoner waitress arguing with me. I stood up from my seat and drew my gun to shoot this commoner waitress in the leg. But the next moment, the world turned upside down, and I was slammed onto the floor on my back. Ugh. Then the gun was wrenched from my hand, and its muzzle was pointed at me. That's enough. If you cause any more trouble, I won't hold back. Fiol Kashasat, the one who threw me, took my gun, and pointed it at me was Fiol Kashasat of the Shasat noble family, who became a mercenary at the same time as me but somehow surpassed me and became bishop rank. Can't you even wait for the time it takes to be served? It's that serving girl's fault for being slow. It didn't even seem to take 2 minutes, did it? Besides, you know it's illegal to draw a gun in public unless it's an emergency, right? Nobles are an exception. Even nobles. You must know about the law enacted by the previous emperor. I don't know about it. I won't follow such an absurd law. It's really infuriating. Because of the foolish law enacted by that woman's predecessor, the emperor, nobles can't live like proper nobles anymore. That's why my father, who was a baron, was framed by the government and fell from grace. Suddenly, an android in a maid outfit appeared behind Shahzad and said, "Young mistress, this person is no longer a noble. The Chandler baronial family was stripped of their title 3 years ago." She was giving Shahzad information she didn't need to share. The android's expression looked like it was looking down on me. Unforgivable. Why do I have to suffer such humiliation? Being thrown down in public, having my gun taken away and pointed at me. I won't forgive this. I'll make them pay. But for now, I need to get my gun back and prepare for retaliation. Fine. I won't do anything else, so could you please give me back my gun? If you try anything strange, I won't show mercy. I understand. I stood up after confirming that Shahzad and the android had moved away. Then, as Shahzad held out my gun to me, I was about to pull the trigger the moment I took it, when suddenly, "You haven't forgotten the young mistress's warning that she won't show mercy if you try anything strange, have you?" The android stood right next to me and placed its hand on top of mine as I was about to take the gun. It would probably crush my hand without hesitation if I tried to pull the trigger. Left with no choice, I took the gun and quietly holstered it. "Make sure you pay for your bill and the teacup, and apologize to her." How infuriating. Why does someone like her have a higher title and rank than me? The title is one thing, but it really irks me that her mercenary rank is higher. I glared at Shahzad and the puppet android, then paid for my bill and the teacup before leaving the shop. "Hey, apologize to her before you go." Shahzad was yelling something behind me, but I couldn't care less. I'm so annoyed. I wonder if anything good will happen. Mob number 61. Yet, it's precisely at times like these that foolish people in power panic and do unnecessary things, leading to their downfall. Side, third-person perspective. On the inhabited planet Tanimut, owned by Duke Altistltbanil Ovals, in a large greenhouse located on the grounds of the Duke's mansion, an elderly man in work clothes is watering potted plants with a watering can. A well-dressed man, seemingly a butler, appears before him. "Your Excellency, I have a report." "What is it?" The man addressed as Your Excellency responds while continuing to water the plants. "Regarding the 2 individuals we captured a few hours ago, they are indeed pirates, as stated in the documents submitted by the Mercenary earlier. There's a bounty on them from the police through the Mercenary Guild." "Oh, so, the mercenary who was chasing those 2 really was just after them?" "If that's the case, we've made a regrettable mistake due to our oversight. The hound that was released due to that oversight has been shot down and returned. They apparently abandoned their vehicle to shoot it down without killing. That mercenary must be quite skilled." The Duke stops watering and goes to return the watering can to its original place. "What shall we do?" "Leave it be. Do nothing." From their perspective, the pirates they were chasing entered noble territory and were stopped by the security force. So, they left the pirates handling to the security team and withdrew. That's a perfectly reasonable explanation. On our side, we can simply say we don't allow unauthorized entry into the Duke's territory and that we'll catch the criminals ourselves. Once we hand over the captured pirates to the police, they'll be impressed by the Duke's security team, and that will be the end of it. The Duke returns the watering can to the shelf, then sits at a table where a tea set is prepared and pours himself a cup of tea. Yet, it's precisely at times like these that foolish people in power panic and do unnecessary things, leading to their downfall. The Duke takes a sip of the tea he poured. The other side doesn't even suspect anything unusual, but if we were to become paranoid and order our subordinates to attack them, it would be like advertising that we're the suspicious ones. I'll say it one more time. Do nothing. Though his tone remained calm throughout, there was force behind his final words. "Understood. I'll inform the hound as well." "That's a good hound. And a hound that goes hunting as ordered is not at fault." "Have the head of the security team who used my hound for hunting without permission replaced by tomorrow morning." "Understood." As the Duke calmly drank his tea, the butler bowed deeply. Section. Side, hound. "Damn it." The sound of a helmet being slammed onto the floor echoed in a room of the servants' quarters on the grounds of Duke Oval's mansion. "I'm sorry, sis. It's my fault. It's not your fault. The opponent was just better than us. Two figures, appearing to be in their late teens and wearing pilot spacesuits, sat on the bed with their heads hanging low. I didn't think they'd react like that. Next time I see them, I'll definitely shoot them down. That might be difficult. Why, sis? They were probably holding back. They disabled our ship's thrusters to capture us for questioning! Exclamation mark. The younger sister, who had called the other sis, let out a gasp of frustration while biting her thumbnail, but was quickly admonished by her sister. Surprised by this realization, the younger sister bit her nail even harder. To win next time, we'll have to seriously improve our skills. You're right, sis. The sisters made this firm resolution. Still, I wonder what kind of person could outmaneuver us like that? A charming pretty boy? A dashing older man? Maybe even a cute trap? Sis. In the next moment, the conversation shifted to frivolous topics, causing the younger sister to hold her head in exasperation. Couldn't we just look at the footage of the encounter to find out? Besides, they might be a muscular macho type, a chubby otaku, or even a narcissistic jerk, you know? Why do you have to say such unpleasant things? The bickering between the sisters, one fantasizing about their defeater and the other facing reality, seems never-ending. Section. To shake off the unpleasant experience at the Mercenary Guild, I headed to Animember, where I got new issues of Ultimate Road, the cook of the underground labyrinth, the cross-dressing butler of the Emery household, Musings of a Pharmacist, and Monster Stories comic version. At Seazaban, I picked up the novelization of Seven-Headed Fiancé, that I didn't have yet, and a doujinshi of the popular game series, Creature Hunter. On my way back home with a satisfied look, that pink-haired woman, I believe her name was Echo Chandler, appeared before me. Running into you here, God must be on my side, she said with a grin while glaring at me, and despite being in the middle of the street, she pointed a gun at me. This action caused the people around us to cry out in surprise. What is she thinking, pulling out a gun in such a crowded place when she hasn't even been attacked? Anyway, I raised both hands to show I had no intention of resisting. What do you want? She replied. I told you earlier, didn't I? Buy back, baste it, repair it perfectly, and present it to me. Oh, and while you're at it, a brand new Max Borg company G32, Deleter, or a Germakin Romix company G42, Lasjet, would be fine too. She demanded what she had said at the Mercenary Guild and even added more requests. By the way, both of those editions are main battle cruisers of the Imperial Army, and they both cost over 10 million credits. I refuse. Why should I do such a thing in the first place? Of course, I rejected immediately. It's only natural for someone like me, a chosen one, to use money earned by someone like you. However, she said this without hesitation. She's clearly abnormal. How can she make such demands to someone she just met? I could make a guess, but for now, there's only one thing to do. Hello, police. I'm being extorted by a strange woman in front of the Bazan building in Block 65. Could you come right away? I contacted the police using my wrist-type terminal. Wristcom. My wristcom is the type that shows the image of the other party, so I could see the female operator, probably realizing from the video and conversation content that my call wasn't to buy a battle cruiser but to contact the police. Hey, why are you calling the police? Hang up. As you can see, please come as soon as possible bash. And before I could end the call, she shot at my feet with her gun. I'm asking why you're calling the police. Answer me now. The answer to my earlier guess about how can she make such demands to someone she just met, is probably because she's a noble. Moreover, if she's a noble from the anti-emperor faction that dislikes the current emperor and advocates for a traditional noble lifestyle, her behavior and words would make sense. However, if she's a noble, she should have some money and power, and if she's doing mercenary work as a hobby, she should be able to get something like based it just by asking her parents. Considering this, she might be a fallen noble or a former noble who had her title stripped away. Anyway, to avoid being shot, I explained the reason. Well, no matter how you look at it, what you're doing is a crime, right? It's only natural to report it. Huh? How is it a crime for you? A commoner, to present a brand new battle cruiser to me. A noble. Don't you know about the law enacted by the previous emperor's imperial decree, which the current emperor is also enforcing, that prohibits nobles from doing such things? There's no need to obey the woman's orders. As I thought, she's a noble and seems to have some acquaintance or relationship with the emperor. She might have a particular grudge against the current emperor. Well, they seem to be around the same age, so something might have happened between them. Come on, hurry up and agree to buy it. Finally reaching her limit, she screamed and shot at my feet again with her gun. Then in the next moment, someone grabbed her arm holding the gun, and she was thrown to the ground. Police. You're under arrest for attempted extortion. It was the police. Apparently, they had approached without turning on their patrol car sirens to avoid being noticed by the suspect. There were 4 of them. 2 restraining the suspect and the other 2 gathering information from the people around. What are you doing? I was just trying to teach this commoner his place. Yeah, we'll hear all about it at the station. Despite the suspect's various outcries, the officers paid no heed and pushed her into the patrol car after handcuffing her. Then, the operator who had been on the line the whole time spoke up. Caller, it seems our officers made it in time. Yes, I'm sorry for not hanging up. No, thanks to that, we could understand the situation clearly. Please leave the rest to the officers on scene. Thank you very much. After thanking the operator and ending the call, one of the officers approached me. Are you the victim? Yes, we heard the conversation through the phone, so that's fine. We'll create a victim report, so please provide your identification. Okay. I held out my wrist-type terminal wrist-com and sent my ID data to the officer's thin tablet. During this time, I pretended not to notice that Iko Chandler, the suspect, was glaring at me from inside the patrol car, already flanked by officers. All right. We'll submit this as a case of attempted extortion. Thank you very much. Once the victim report was completed, the officer got into the patrol car and took the suspect away. But somehow, I have a feeling that due to the recent scandals lowering the reputation of the Mercenary Guild, the upper echelons of the guild might ask me to withdraw this victim report to avoid further damage to their image. I should hurry home and read my new books. Mob number 62. Isn't that obvious? Not understanding even that much is clear proof of your unwavering stupidity. The night after I was attacked, I thoroughly enjoyed my new book. I felt truly refreshed, thinking I wouldn't have to deal with that inconsiderate pink-haired woman anymore. With that refreshing feeling, I came to the guild, but Uncle Roan's news instantly ruined my mood. The higher-ups of the Mercenary Guild Yates branch want us to withdraw the complaint about what we received from Iko Chandler. But I don't want to. They say you weren't actually forced to buy anything, so they want us to treat it as a small misunderstanding. Even though I was threatened with a gun and warning shots were fired, they say, you weren't hit, right? For a mercenary, that's an everyday occurrence. That's not the point. There have been various scandals, so they don't want to worsen their image any further. Wouldn't it be better not to cover up the scandals then? The prediction I made yesterday when that inconsiderate pink-haired woman was taken away came true. Uncle Roans, who was telling me this, had a completely dumbfounded expression on his face. To be honest, I don't understand. When scandals come to light, hiding or covering them up usually leaves a worse impression than properly disclosing them. I wonder if there might be some lackey of Miss Iko Chandler among the higher-ups. As we were both utterly amazed, Zeistol-san came over and said, so I've taken care of it. Huh? We both exclaimed. I reported the possibility of corruption among the local higher-ups to the headquarters in the imperial capital. They issued an order stating that if we're forced to withdraw the complaint against Iko Chandler, everyone involved will be dismissed. So there's no need to worry. Even if Iko Chandler is released without being charged, we can transfer her to another branch. When Uncle Roans and I expressed our surprise, Zeistol-san explained the situation. I felt that his actions went beyond what a mere receptionist could do. Who exactly is Zeistol-san? As I was caught up in these thoughts, the lobby suddenly became noisy. There stood that noble mercenary who used to be here but had transferred to the guild in the imperial capital. As always, he was accompanied by his entourage. and the receptionists who used to flatter him began fawning over him again, just like before. Why is he back? They should be doing whatever they want in the imperial capital. The noble looked around the lobby, and upon spotting Zystol-san, he approached him with a smirk. Oh? I didn't know such a cute girl had been assigned here. Fortunately, he didn't seem to notice me, being distracted by Zystol-san. How may I help you? Zystol-san asked. Call out that guy called Featherhelm for me. Do you mean Mr. Lambert Ryagraz? What business do you have with him? Just tell him I'm calling for him. I'm sorry, but I can't comply with requests from people I don't know. Zystol-san firmly refused the noble's order. Naturally, this angered the noble. You don't know me, the son of Count Bissen and the most excellent Queen ranks Tridum Bissen, who was once part of the Yitz branch. Don't mess with me. You weren't a member of this branch when I was assigned here, right? So it's only natural that I don't know you. You belong to the guild in the imperial capital now, but surely you've heard rumors about me. Not at all. Woman, don't get cocky just because you have a pretty face. The son of Count Bissen grew even more irritated that Zystol-san didn't know his name. As the atmosphere grew tense, a carefree voice was heard. What business do you have with me? Who are you? That's what we're about to find out. It seemed that a receptionist who was sympathetic to Bissen had taken it upon herself to call Lambert Ryagraz the show-off guy, Ikari-kun. This show-off guy, whether due to his accumulated experiences or Ross's education, no longer had any trace of his previous boastful demeanor. Instead, he now had a serious atmosphere that was probably his true nature. Well, I guess anyone's pride would be crushed if they kept fainting during battles. Upon confirming Lambert's presence, so you're Featherhelm. Rejoice. I'm going to make you a member of my mercenary team, Purgatory. From now on, swear absolute loyalty to me and work yourself to the bone. The son of Count Bissen declared. It's a scouting offer, but the content is more like a slave contract. He probably intends to make Lambert do all the work while taking all the rewards and achievements for himself. With Lambert's potential, even though it's thanks to Ross's power, he'll soon be on par with them. So they want to rope him in as a comrade and enslave him before that happens. No thanks. I have no intention of joining a team. His response was only natural. Above all, he probably wants to keep everything related to Ross as secret as possible. Of course, the son of Count Bissen wouldn't accept this answer. Huh? Are you saying you're not happy to join my team and work for me? There's no way anyone would obey someone who doesn't even introduce himself and tells you to become a slave. As Lambert looked troubled, a familiar person appeared behind him. Isn't that obvious? Not understanding even that much is clear proof of your unwavering stupidity. What did you say? I'm Ross, Lambert Ryagraz's partner. You're not worth naming. It was Miss Ross, the sentient ancient weapon I had only seen on screen before. She must have finally obtained a biologic body. I really don't want to get involved. However, there's no doubt she's a beautiful blonde woman with blue eyes. So she must be an irresistible prey for the son of Count Bissen. Oh, then from today, you're my woman. That feather guy is going to be my subordinate, so his woman is my woman. And of course, he spouts such a predictable line. Miss Ross heaved a big sigh and looked at the son of Count Bissen with pitying eyes. I'm almost impressed by how stupid you are. You have no combat skills, strategic planning abilities, tactical insight, leadership, charisma, dignity, manners, or common sense. Yet you can still talk big with nothing but your family background and completely rotten pride. While this was right on the mark, there's no way the son of Count Bissen wouldn't be enraged. Do you know who you're talking to? Trash, right? Oh, that's rude to Trash. Trash was once something useful before it became garbage. Unlike you, who has been useless since the moment you were born. Miss Ross is harsh. If someone said something like that to me, I'd definitely lose it. Well, I think the same thing though. Looks like you want to die. The son of Count Bissen points his gun at Miss Ross. It probably won't work on Miss Ross, but it's not good to leave it be. She is an acquaintance after all. Just as I made up my mind to reach for the gun, please put away your gun, Zystol-san said, standing in front of the Count's son with an annoyed expression. What? It's you again, that receptionist from earlier. Come to think of it, you were also mouthing off to me. You commoner. The son of Count Bissen points his gun at Zeistol-san. I might forgive you if you get naked and grovel on the ground. The entourage laughs crudely at the Count's son's words. Watching this scene, the receptionist who seemed to be Bissen's sympathizer and had brought Lambert was staring at Zeistol-san with a smirk. She seems to have some kind of grudge against Zeistol-san. I guess she doesn't like a receptionist who's more beautiful and popular than her. While I was thinking about this, the confrontation between Zeistol-san and the son of Count Bissen was heating up. I told you to put away your gun, but it seems you have no intention of listening. Didn't you hear me say I might forgive you if you get naked and grovel on the ground? It's a crime to draw a gun for any reason other than self-defense, whether in town or even in a guild branch. That's only for commoners. Nobles are permitted. Don't you know that permission was abolished during the previous emperor's reign? Then this is for self-defense. I feel like I'm about to be attacked. But you pointed the gun first, didn't you? I don't know about that. I'm the one who feels threatened here. Well, there's no way you could attack me anyway, right? The exchange of tit-for-tat seemed to be going nowhere, but Zeistol-san finally seemed to reach his limit at the Count's son's words. There's no way you could attack me. Is that so? Then allow me to attack you. With those words, Zeistol-san's expression changed to one of looking at garbage, and in the next moment, his fist was swung at the tip of the Count's son's chin. There was a dull thud, and as the son of Count Bissen staggered, a high kick was delivered to his neck. Then, as the Count's son began to fall forward, Zeistol-san executed an upward kick to his chin, swinging his leg straight up over his head. Strangely, instead of falling backward, the son of Count Bissen collapsed face down while on his knees. By the way, Zeistol-san is a male staff member, so he's probably wearing pants. Zeistol-san turned his gaze to the remaining entourage and said, "The leader of your purgatory team has been taken down. Aren't you going to avenge him?" Of course, those kinds of people wouldn't willingly seek revenge. They're no match for Zeistol-san, and they might even lose to Sra, Arthur's girlfriend. Well then, you're all under arrest for extortion, Zeistol-san declared. Before anyone noticed, security guards and security droids had arrived, and the son of Count Bissen and his entourage were taken away. The matter was settled, but the son of Count Bissen is still a noble, no matter how corrupt, and the higher-ups of the Mercenary Guild Yitz branch probably won't stay quiet either. I wonder what they'll actually do. It makes me anxious. But one thing I can say for sure is, Zeistol-san is so cool. Mob number 63. I'm Dan Biltrop. I'm a knight rank. People call me the invincible tough guy. The mercenary team Purgatorio, led by Count Bissen's son, heir successfully executed. It's just my bad luck to encounter crazy people 2 days in a row. Meanwhile, unrelated to me, Zeistol-san and Rossis are exchanging greetings. The receptionist who brought Lambert here without permission is glaring at them jealously. I think that's the same receptionist who talked to me when I first came to the Mercenary Guild. Well, I doubt she remembers me at all. The higher-ups are concerned about Count Bissen's idiot son and that Zeistol-san, but there's nothing we can do about it. Let's talk about the job instead. Sure. As I stood dumbfounded by the cliché extermination scene unfolding before me, Old Man Roan spoke to me, trying to change the subject. He was also stunned, but he recovered faster than me, as expected of him. Among the current job postings, the most peaceful one is security for a social party in the colony. The details of the job request he handed me are as follows. Job description: security around the colony, which is the venue for a social party hosted by the Marquis of Norbundle, and traffic control for guests. Duration: 72 hours, 3 days, in Galactic Standard Time. Mandatory briefing 1 hour before the start of the job. 12-hour continuous shifts followed by 12-hour standby breaks in a 2-shift system. Breaks during shifts are optional. Must report when leaving the site. Work environment: free use of capsule-style accommodation in the colony. Free meals provided. Spacecraft fuel provided. Job requirements: must bring your own spacecraft. Repair costs for damaged spacecraft are your responsibility. Must respond Deploy even during standby breaks in case of emergencies. No leaving the colony during standby breaks for the above reason. Entry to the venue colony is prohibited except in emergencies. Payment, 360,000 credits, fixed. The conditions are quite good, but there's something that bothers me. The security itself isn't strange, but in cases like this, wouldn't the Marquis's security team usually be eager to do it? Apparently, the Marquis's security team is busy with internal colony security, so they want to outsource the external security to mercenaries. That includes traffic control for guests. Well, it's not like we could handle the nobles anyway. This is better for us. A social party means many nobles will be attending. For security, it's better to have more people, and for colony internal security, their team would be more suitable as they're used to dealing with nobles. All right, then you'll take it. Make sure you're there by the specified time. Understood. After accepting the job, I quickly left the guild. Afterwards, I bought information from Gonzales, picked up some light novels and manga to kill time, and prepared for departure. I left planet Yitz in time to make it to the designated time. The venue colony was in orbit around the planet Letarkaza in the Marquis of Norbundle's territory. Planet Letarkaza is basically a rock and ice planet, but it receives enough starlight to have day and night cycles, plants, and even an atmosphere with components that humans can breathe. However, the average temperature of this atmosphere, even when illuminated by starlight, never exceeds -120 degrees, and breathing it would instantly destroy your lungs, causing immediate death. The trees that stand tall in this extremely low temperature are called soibis. They always have lush green needles, growing rows stretching for hundreds of kilometers, and their trunks are said to be harder than diamond. This makes Latarkaza one of the beautiful planets, with green streaks on a white background. While it might be possible for humans to live there with extensive development, the Marquis of Norbundle hasn't developed this planet. There's only a specially built villa and observatory belonging to the Marquis, and landing is prohibited for anyone unrelated. It's probably some kind of emergency shelter, just in case. Anyway, the mercenaries docked their ships at the provided accommodation colony and headed to the briefing venue. There, about 200 mercenaries from various branches were crowded together. The moment I sat down on the edge of a chair, "Hey, you're here too." Suddenly, someone slapped me hard on the back. I turned towards the voice and saw a familiar face standing next to me. "Oh, it's you. What's with that gloomy face?" "It's because you hit my back." The culprit was Morais, the rough female mercenary. She seems to have forgotten about delicacy as usual. "So you took this job too? These security jobs are always easy and nice." Old man Bernard sat down in front of me, stretching his shoulders and back. "Long time no see, everyone. We often end up together, don't we?" "Taking jobs like this seriously is what makes a first-class mercenary. It's only natural." Arthur, Misra, and even Levin were at this venue. Levin is still dressed in his Chunabiu-style clothes, but his dignity seems to be improving. Unexpectedly, the members from that previous job had gathered, but then a different face approached. "Yo, you lot." "Why the gloomy faces?" He was a bit older than me, about 185 centimeters tall with a well-toned body, slicked back hair, and a grinning face. Seeing this man, Morais made a disgusted face. "Better than your grinning mug." "Hey." "Still as mouthy as ever, woman." They both speak with a bit of an edge, but their expressions show they're not serious. "Who are you?" "Oh right. I haven't met you three rookies and the old man before." As Levin cautiously questioned the man, he put one hand on his hip and pointed at himself with his thumb, striking a pose like some anime hero. "I'm Dan Biltrop. I'm a night rank. People call me the invincible tough guy." He said these embarrassing lines without a hint of shame. This Dan Biltrop may be annoying in conversation and attitude, but there's no doubt he's a reliable and skilled mercenary. He's also famous for once reaching the bishop rank, but voluntarily requesting a demotion because there were too many annoying nobles. Even if people don't know his name, the story of a man who once requested demotion from bishop rank has spread. Well, with that attitude all the time, it's no wonder people find him annoying. I didn't want to approach him at first either, judging by his appearance and atmosphere, but he's saved many allies during large-scale battles. He's charged into enemy lines to break through difficult situations. He's helped people being harassed by nobles. He's encouraged those who were depressed after failing jobs. Once I realized he was such a brave and caring person, my view of him changed. Long time no see, Mr. Dan. Hey John. Still an otaku as always. By the way, we became friends when I found an old manga he was looking for. Levin and the others remained dumbfounded throughout. Well, that's to be expected when you first meet him. As we were having this silly conversation, we will now begin the briefing. Please be seated. An announcement was broadcast. Well, it's time to work. Mob No 64, those guys want to be heroes as soon as possible. My name is Dota's Twill, and I'm the head of security for the Marquis of Norbundle family. I'm pleased that you've agreed to assist with the security for the social party hosted by my master, Marquis Sibbles Norbundle. The event lasts for 3 days, but the main party is tomorrow. Today is the assembly day, and the day after the party is the dismissal day. Your task today, as hired soldiers, is to guard the perimeter of the colony and guide the arriving guests to the colony entrance. Please note that the interior of the colony, which serves as the venue, is strictly off-limits during the event except in case of emergencies. I want you to understand that this is for your own innocence and safety. You know how fussy nobles can be. I'll send the shift schedule shortly, but for now, those whose names are called, please gather here. Once you've checked the schedule, proceed to your assigned positions. And so, I was assigned to a section of the colony's main body. The shifts were arranged in pairs of 2, with partners covering for each other during meals and bathroom breaks. I was relieved not to have the first break, but old man Bernard next to me was grumbling about wanting to rest first. To be honest, there wasn't much to do. The nobles were properly heading towards the colony entrance, and my position was far enough from the entrance that I didn't have to interact with them. As for those whose names were called, they were chosen to direct traffic and guide the nobles. The selection criteria were based on 2 points, being attractive, handsome men, beautiful women, or cute girls, and being able to respond calmly. Among my acquaintances, Arthur, Sra, and surprisingly, Rossis and Lambert were called. I wondered when they had joined this job. At least I was relieved that Rossis didn't come to talk to me, as I was feeling relieved about that. By the way, why did you take this job? Even though it seems easy, I thought you'd dislike work involving nobles that's not really related to combat. Old man Bernard asked, seemingly to kill time. His question was quite perceptive, perhaps due to his background as a former police officer. I'm not bored since I'm reading a light novel, and I'd prefer not to delve into that topic, but since work communication is important, I replied. I was feeling a bit tired. Old man Rones arranged this job for me. That's right. Usually, I'd search for jobs posted on the bulletin board myself, but after the attacks on the Duke's territory and the assault by the pink-haired individual, I couldn't get my spirits up even by watching anime or reading manga. In this state, taking on a job that guaranteed combat would be dangerous. So I asked Old Man Rones to find me a job unlikely to involve combat. I see. Avoiding combat risks, huh? Capable and brave mercenaries might call me a coward or a chicken. Those guys probably just want to become heroes as soon as possible. Old man Bernard chuckled, removing what looked like a non-smoking pipe from his mouth. Still, it's boring. Mind if I take a nap? I'm getting old, and it's a bit tough. If I can wake you up with a loud noise, you can sleep for about 2 hours. That's fine. Thanks. He must be really tired if he's willing to sleep even with the threat of a loud wake-up call. 2 hours later, just as I was preparing to wake him up with a loud noise, I don't feel like I slept much. Old man Bernard seemed to have woken up and called over the com. Oh, you're awake? I was disappointed that I couldn't use the loud noise after all. You look somewhat disappointed. Hey, no, not at all, but you know, it's hard to sleep well with the pilot seat reclined. Your body gets stiff, doesn't it? Old man Bernard was stretching and loosening his joints while lamenting the discomfort of his nap. You can take a break next if you'd like. The fact that he offered me a break after he had his shows that he has a decent sense of fairness. I've encountered people many times before who took breaks themselves but didn't allow me to rest when I took on such security jobs. Then I'll lie down on the bed for a bit. As I was about to take him up on his offer and get some sleep. Wait a minute. What do you mean by bed? Old man Bernard latched onto the word bed. My ship has a tiny, simple bed, toilet, shower, microwave, and refrigerator. Didn't I mention that? I thought he could have guessed, considering I didn't go to the provided accommodation tents during the previous terrorist subjugation in Count Icarai's territory. What? Hey, let's go back to the colony and lend me your ship. No way. It seems he wasn't satisfied with his 2-hour nap and tried to persist, but I ignored him and decided to take my rest. After the first 12 hours ended, we switched, and I headed to the accommodation facility in the colony. Old man Bernard had been persistently asking to borrow my ship, but he finally gave up and asked where I got it. When I told him I made it myself with help from an acquaintance's repair shop, I should make one too. No, I still have a loan on this ship, he started mumbling. Anyway, as I was eating in the cafeteria, planning to take a bath and go to sleep quickly after finishing my meal, the person I least wanted to see showed up. It's been a while, Captain Uzos. Hello. My biggest concern, it was Rossis's Bioroid avatar. Just having this blonde, blue-eyed beauty talking to someone like me is a disaster in my book. This is the first time we've met since that happened, isn't it? Actually, we've already encountered each other, but there's no need to mention that. Good job with managing the queue. It was tough. The idiotic noble sons kept hitting on me at every opportunity. Their flirting was too much. While having a harmless conversation, I needed to let those around us know that she has a partner. Did your partner Lambert do anything to help? Thinking this, I asked such a question, to which he replied, well, every time he'd say, excuse me, we need to guide other guests as well, and cover for me. But, Rossis started fidgeting, looking not entirely displeased. I don't know what happened between them, but it seems they've become quite close. Anyway, just as I thought everyone around us had understood that Rossis had a partner. What's this? Is she your girlfriend? Morais came in with a comment that could ruin all my efforts. However, panicking here would be disastrous. I just need to calmly state the facts. This is Rossis. She's the partner of the Featherhelm. Oh, the Featherhelm, huh. Morais looked at Rossis with interest before turning her gaze to me. How do you know the partner of the Featherhelm? I just happened to be on the same battlefield as Lambert Triaglaz, the Featherhelm, during his first battle. I responded with just the facts to Morais's nosy question. And there I consulted with Captain Uzos about Lambert. Rossis chimed in with some follow-up. It's true it was about Lambert, but her attitude and reaction are quite different from the beginning. This is what you call the dear phase. In other words, she's a proper tsndeer. I see. Morais was grinning while staring at Rossis. She's clearly in the mood to tease. But then, a saving grace appeared. Old folks shouldn't be teasing young guns. Old man Bernard, holding a can of non-alcoholic beer and a skewer of soy sauce pickled squid legs, admonished Morais. Morais, while older than me, is certainly not old. Of course. She latched onto that part. I'm still in my 20s, you know. To that young lady, you're plenty old. For a real geezer. You've got some nerve. Now, both of you, please calm down. You're bothering others. Just as Morais grabbed old man Bernard by the collar, Arthur and Sra, who had appeared without us noticing, intervened between the two. Thanks to them, both sides seemed to calm down a bit. By the way, I wonder where Lambert went while Rossis is here? Is he surrounded by starstruck mercenaries? Speaking of which, where's Lambert? He's over there. Rossis pointed to a seat at the edge of the cafeteria in response to my question. There, Lambert and Levin were sitting with their heads close together, engrossed in conversation. Something about a shopping district or whatever. Ah, I see. He may have lost that show-off attitude, but judging from what Rossis has said and Lambert's behavior that I've observed so far, it seems like something he'd be interested in. Well, it's good that he's made a friend, I suppose. Mob number 65, however, please do not leave this place until the culprit is arrested. If you try to leave carelessly, You might be suspected as an accomplice. The first 12-hour break ended fortunately without any trouble, thanks to being engaged in conversation with Ms. Rossis. The next day's shift was just as boring as the previous day. All the guests who were sent invitations attended. Since everything necessary for the party was prepared the day before, there were no vendors coming in and out. While the party venue must be bustling with activity, security around the colony is extremely quiet. Of course, we can't let our guard down since anything could happen. However, there was one small change. Only those who had been managing the queues were allowed to participate in the security at the party venue. The reason for involving them in the party venue security was probably to keep them in. Well, if they look good and behave properly, the nobles would want to corral them. Especially the two with the feathered helmets must be irresistible. Arthur and Misra are also promising candidates, so it must be tough for them. This was probably the intention from the beginning. All I can do is pray for my acquaintances to return safely. As time passed and the second day's shift ended, when I returned to the residential colony, those who had been sent to guard the party venue had returned. Some were happy, some looked disappointed, and others were indignant. However, the two women I knew were incredibly angry. This is absolutely ridiculous. Be my bodyguard is one thing, but be my lover? Are they out of their minds? Misra was so furious she looked like she was about to grow horns on her forehead, crushing a juice can in her hand. Why are all the nobles so disgusting? Can't we just turn that entire colony into space dust? Ms. Rossis is muttering some dangerous things. You really could do that, so please stop. Meanwhile, their respective partners, Arthur and Lambert, were in stark contrast, looking completely exhausted. They were probably surrounded by noble ladies. Well, that's the fate of protagonists, I suppose. After listening to their complaints for a while, having finished dinner and bath, just as I was relaxing and getting ready to rest, an emergency alert sounded. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! Currently, an unidentified fleet is approaching. As they are refusing to confirm their ship codes, we are assuming they are pirates or raiders. Combat personnel, prepare for immediate deployment. Non-combatants, please evacuate and prepare for escape. Repeating. The standard emergency broadcast played. I quickly changed clothes and headed to my ship, following the control tower's instructions to intercept. The attackers were mostly small craft and drones, but their number was abnormal. At a glance, there seemed to be about 700 to 800 of them. To be honest, there's nothing of value in the party venue colony or the residential colony except for the colonies themselves. Even if they wanted to dismantle and sell them, it would take time, and selling them as is would be easily traceable and costly. Therefore, it must be an attempt to hold the nobles attending the party for ransom. In that case, we can't let these guys through. This is Control Tower. Don't let a single one of them into the colony. Internal security team, secure the entrances. The Control Tower understands this too and gives precise instructions. With that signal, we mercenaries began our interception. However, I soon felt something was off. What's with these guys? There's no resistance at all. This ain't giving my skills any challenge. There was absolutely no resistance. They do attack and chase us, but their movements lack vitality. You could say it's because they're unmanned, but even the manned craft lacks spirit. Because of this, Morais and Levin, who were happy to get some exercise, voiced their complaints. Could it be that the party organizers prepared this as an event? If so, that would be quite troublesome. It's fine, isn't it? It's easy. Besides, look, those two are fired up, so we can leave it to them. As Old Man Bernard said, on the battlefield before us, Misra and Ms. Rossis were going on a rampage. I'm devoted only to Arthur Sama. Don't you dare cling to Arthur Sama, you damn bitches. Don't come near me, you disgusting creatures. With their angry words, unmanned craft and small vessels were exploding at an incredible rate. They were on the verge of wiping them all out. It would be dangerous to get too close and get caught in the crossfire. The other mercenaries understood this and kept their distance. But Lambert is seriously amazing. When he's having a soul-to-soul conversation with me, he doesn't give off this kind of vibe at all. Levin muttered, watching Ms. Rossis destroy unmanned craft at an incredible speed. That's to be expected. The one rampaging now is Ms. Rossis herself, but to everyone else, it probably looks like Lambert is piloting and supporting Ms. Rossis as she shouts. Thanks to the efforts of these two angry maidens, all the attackers were silenced about 46 minutes after the attack began. This led to a new mission of cleaning up the resulting debris, but that mission was assigned to those who were on break. I should have gone to bed earlier. By the time the debris cleanup was finished, there were less than 2 hours until the shift change, so I took a 90-minute nap and headed to the docking bay. However, even though we were supposed to change shifts on site, for some reason, everyone had returned. Wondering what was going on, I heard this announcement to all personnel. All employees and mercenaries are to return to their assigned rooms and not leave under any circumstances until permission is given. Anyone who breaks this rule may be arrested as a murder suspect. Details will be explained later. For now, quietly follow instructions. Repeating. Announcement to all personnel. An unusual announcement came through. Something must have happened at the party venue colony. And judging from the content of the announcement, I guess there must have been a famous detective at that party venue. Not knowing how long we'd be confined, I decided to use this time to take a nap. About 4 hours later. We apologize for the wait. All staff and mercenaries currently in this residential colony, please gather in the central hall. Repeating. All. I woke up to the summons announcement. Following the broadcast, I headed to the hall we used for the initial briefing, where I found the security team captain along with someone who looked like a detective. Well then, I'm Void Rehuman from the Capital Police Investigation Division of the nearest planet, Tumo. I was originally scheduled to investigate the reported attackers, but it suddenly turned into a murder investigation. He was a young man in a worn-out suit, looking a bit tired. The victim is Count Badaz Chiragaski Izam, a party attendee. Cause of death is stabbing. There were multiple stab wounds to the chest. The crime scene is inside the Count's assigned room. We're currently investigating to identify the culprit. Right now, over there, the grandson of a baron famous for his wisdom might be putting on a deduction show, I suppose. So there really was one. A detective, also known as the Grim Reaper. This doesn't mean the detective is committing murders, but rather, murder cases always occur wherever the detective goes. This trope in mystery stories led to them being jokingly called Grim Reapers. Still, multiple stab wounds suggest that the Count must have been seriously hated. Oh, and by the way, everyone currently in this residential colony is cleared of suspicion. According to the testimonies from the other side, the victim was still alive during the time of the attack. Detective Rehuman declared our innocence with a weary expression. However, in the next moment, he threw some tense words at us. However, please do not leave this place until the culprit is arrested. If you try to leave carelessly, you might be suspected as an accomplice. At that moment, Detective Rehuman's eyes were remarkably sharp. Mob number 66. Yes, that Edward Rockmidge is my grandfather. Unlike him though, I'm not very capable. Side, Fuel Cashasat. I'm currently attending a social party hosted by Marquis Sybil's Norbundle, not as a mercenary, but as the daughter of Viscount Shasat. The reason for this is that my father, Ovalt Shasat, who is both a Viscount and the president of the spaceship manufacturing company Shasat Corporation, received an invitation. Due to his business management, my father maintains a position called a fence-sitter, belonging to neither the pro-emperor nor anti-emperor factions. Marquis Sybil's Norbundle, who shares this fence-sitting stance and was formerly a university professor and my father's mentor, added a note saying come show your face once in a while. This prompted my father to decide to attend. The invitation specified to come as a family, so we decided to attend as a group of 4. My father Ovalt, my mother Alicia, myself Fiolka, and my maid Sherry. With Sherry there, she can help protect my parents along with me, which is very reassuring. By the way, we had Sherry wear a long-sleeved dress that conceals her body, rather than her usual maid uniform. My mother and I got so excited about deciding this coordination that we spent about 4 hours treating Sherry like a dress-up doll, until we received complaints from Sherry and a lecture from my father. But since I went through the same thing as a child, I think we're even now. We entered the colony owned by Marquis Norbundle, which serves as the party venue, the day before the party. What's called the assembly day. The party itself was scheduled to start the following evening. When we arrived, we met Marquis Norbundle. He was a kind-looking gentleman with rich romance grey hair, thin glasses, and a full, long white beard. The Marchioness also seemed refined, and the couple appeared to be very affectionate with each other. The time until the start of the party passed peacefully without any particular incidents, and now, we are in the grand hall of a small colony in stationary orbit above the planet Raytarkaza, which is part of Marquis Norbundle's domain. The hall is set up for a standing buffet-style party. From the venue's windows, we can see the beautiful planet Raytarkaza floating, white with several green streaks. Many of the party attendees are the Marquis's former students, and many of my father's college friends are also participating. My father seems to be thoroughly enjoying himself. The party also includes various figures from different fields, showcasing the breadth of Marquis Norbundle's connections. Of course, it seems that people from both pro-emperor and anti-emperor factions are also attending. I even spotted members of the Mercenary Guild, its branch among the security personnel. Of course, they weren't the good-looking feather-helmed duo, or that man in the white machine and his girlfriend. I believe their names were Lingard and Sra. I was a little distance away from my parents, enjoying the food with Sherry as my companion. "Ah, this is delicious," I said. "Let's ask for the recipe," Sherry replied, as we were having such a conversation. "Oh? I don't recognize this young lady." "Who might you be?" A middle-aged man of average build and height, with slicked back hair, a Kaiser mustache, and a monocle, approached us with his entourage. Judging by his attitude, he seemed to be a high-ranking nobleman, so I greeted him politely and according to etiquette. "I am Fiolka, daughter of Viscount Ovalt Shursat. This is my guard, Sherry." "Oh, the young lady from Shursat Corporation. I assume you know who I am, but I am Count Badaz Chiragaski Izam." The Count and his entourage grinned, looking at Sherry and me in a leering manner. "Tell your father this, it would be in his best interest to align himself with me." Having said just that, he left with his entourage. While he talks about best interests, it's clear he just wants to use my father as a cash cow. The way he looked at me was disgusting too. Worst of all, as the party was nearing its end, with some people returning to their rooms, others heading to the bar inside the colony for more drinks, and some going to the spa facilities, suddenly an emergency alert sounded. A battle had begun outside the colony. Naturally, the mercenaries responded, and the Marquis's soldiers also deployed. The nobles around us, probably due to the alcohol, showed no sense of crisis. What an impressive spectacle. "Shall we bet on how many units each machine will take down?" "That's what I'm talking about." I wanted to sortie too, but of course, I couldn't do anything. Since I didn't come with my battlecraft Igaram loaded on the mothership Hurakumo that I use for mercenary work. Sherry and I rushed to where my parents were. Fortunately, they were both safe, so we prepared to evacuate immediately if necessary. However, contrary to our worries, the battle ended in an overwhelming victory for the mercenaries. Assuming there wouldn't be another attack, we slept peacefully that night, but the next morning, a terrible incident occurred. One of the guests, Count Badaz Chiragaski Izam, was found dead, having been stabbed multiple times in the chest. Of course, the police were called, and no one was allowed to leave the colony. Furthermore, we weren't permitted to leave our rooms, and detectives conducted individual interviews. As the interviews progressed, it finally became my turn near the end. The interviews took place in one of the conference rooms within the colony. After having my fingerprints taken, the detective in charge spoke to me without introducing himself. "Well then, you are Lady Fiolka, the daughter of Viscount Shursat, correct?" "Yes, and you're also a mercenary of the bishop rank." "Yes." The detective interviewing me had sleepy-looking eyes for some reason, and his way of speaking seemed lackadaisical. "However, being a mercenary means you're an expert at harming others. Even as a woman, killing would be easy for you. Moreover, you probably know other mercenaries outside the colony, so escape would be simple if you wanted." He suddenly became sharp, trying to crush my circumstantial evidence. So you're saying I'm the culprit? Did you know the victim beforehand? I met him for the first time yesterday, but considering you're a mercenary, it's possible someone hired you. The detective stroked his chin, staring at me. His tone even seemed to belittle mercenaries. Mercenaries are not assassins. When I objected to that, my apologies. Actually, neither you, your parents, nor your android appeared on the surveillance cameras leading to the victim's room. Above all, your fingerprints weren't on the knife at the scene, which was undoubtedly used in the crime. Moreover, it seems the victim had made many enemies, so there are plenty of other suspicious individuals besides you. Well, that concludes the interview. You're free to go. I was caught off guard by the sudden declaration of innocence. This detective, how irritating. After being released from the interview, a police officer told me, "I'm sorry, but please head to the Grand Hall." That was the party venue. So I went to the party venue, where I found Marquis Sybil's Bundle, the colony owner and party host, along with other nobles, the Marquis's household staff who worked at the party, and temporary hires gathered. My father, mother, and Sherry were there too. Wondering what was going on, I headed towards my family when suddenly a young man in the center of the venue raised his voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, the culprit of this murder case has been identified." He was a fairly good-looking man in a tuxedo. Pardon my late introduction. I am Mike Rockmuck, the heir to a humble baron's family and a modest reporter. As I stood there dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, Rockmuck. I believe there was an Edward Rockmuck, a university professor and baron who helped the police solve various cases during the reign of the emperor 3 generations ago. By the way, he's the one who instructed the police to gather us here. Sherry quietly explained to me. The older people seemed to recognize the name Rockmuck, showing reactions like that one. And could it be him? Yes, that Edward Rockmuck is my grandfather. Unlike him, I'm not very accomplished. The young Baron Rockmuck responded to the older people's words with an exaggerated gesture. So, Rockmuck, is it true that you've identified the culprit? A plump detective-like person at the scene asked Baron Rockmuck. Yes, without a doubt. The culprit of this murder case is everyone who had a strong grudge against Count Badaz Chiragasky Izam and was tormented by him. In other words, everyone except me is the culprit. What? Is that true? Absolutely. Marquis Sybil's Bundle held this party to make this happen. Baron Rockmuck pointed at Marquis Bundle, the host. Everyone except the plump detective and the police officers looked dumbfounded, wearing expressions that said, "What is this person talking about?" Just then, "Inspector, we've arrested the culprit." A temporary waiter. The detective who had interviewed me earlier entered the venue with a police officer restraining a young man dressed as a waiter. What's the meaning of this? I should have reported it. There was a waiter who fled without being interviewed. After capturing and investigating him, we found his fingerprints on the murder weapon and in the victim's room. We also discovered his waiter uniform stained with blood spatter. The detective from before reported the facts matter-of-factly to the inspector and Baron Rockmuck. That's why everyone in this venue acted to make it easier for him to move. Baron Rockmuck insisted that his deduction was correct, but from then on, no one paid any attention to his words. By the way, that one. And could it be him? Reactions earlier apparently meant, despite being the grandson of that brilliant Edward Rockmuck, he's famous for being incompetent. Mob number 67. I'm sorry, I'm a mercenary too, so I can handle these basic situations. Detective Reumann had said everyone was innocent, but that probably just meant they hadn't committed the murder. He was likely still suspicious of potential accomplices. If anyone tried to move their ship, they'd surely be arrested immediately. The security job was naturally suspended. I was worried about the payment, but compared to being accused of murder, it was a trivial concern. Whether it was forensics or a great detective's deduction, I hoped they'd catch the culprit soon. With nothing else to do, I was absent-mindedly watching TV in a lounge-like area, drinking a carbonated beverage, when an unfamiliar woman approached me. Mind if I sit here? Go ahead. She was a sexy beauty, not looking like a mercenary. I instantly went into alert mode. There's no way a beauty like this would approach me unless it was for sales or some kind of honey trap. Then the woman suddenly spoke to me. Hey, could you lend me your ship? No way. You know the current situation, don't you? I was momentarily confused by what she was saying, but managed to reply. But I want to see the deduction show happening over there. The detective might be handsome, you know? She had a flirtatious expression on her face. Doesn't she understand that going to watch equals leaving this colony equals being suspected as an accomplice? No, that's not it. This person is likely an accomplice of the murderer over there. She probably snuck in somehow, either during the attack or before, and slipped into the target's room during the commotion of the assault. And for some reason, she can't use her own ship now. So she's approaching random people, thinking someone like me would lend her a ship immediately if a beautiful woman like her asked. Anyway, I won't lend you my ship. If you really want to go, why don't you ask the detective? When I flatly refused, she became visibly displeased. Fine, you're nothing but scum if you can't grant a cute girl's whim. Ugh, gross. She spat out loudly as she left. The people around me were divided into 3 groups. Those far away who only heard her last line and were snickering, thinking, of course, that's what happens to creepy otaku. Those nearby who heard the woman's request and were frowning, thinking, that woman must be crazy. And those who were minding their own business, sipping non-alcoholic beer cans. The beer group mainly consisted of Old Man Bernard, Mollies, and Dan. Isn't that woman crazy? I'm not interested in trendy stuff anyway. She's quite suspicious. Probably not the actual perpetrator, though. No mercenary would casually lend their ship. That young lady doesn't know mercenaries. The 3 continued chatting leisurely, enjoying their non-alcoholic beer, skewed squid legs in soy sauce, and peanuts. I should report this to the detective. It might get awkward later if something happens and I didn't say anything. When I asked a staff member, Detective Ryuman was quickly found. I see. That is suspicious. She probably tried to deceive you because she had some trouble with her escape method. He was struggling with some holographic document while holding a can of coffee. But if that's the case, couldn't she have just stolen the ship quietly instead of trying to deceive me? If she didn't have the skills to bypass the ship's security, deceiving someone would be more reliable. If she could steal it, there'd be no need to try and deceive me. But if she couldn't bypass the ship's security, it makes sense. Anyway, thank you for the information. We should know who the culprit is soon, so please bear with us a little longer. Detective Ryuman scratched his head and bowed apologetically. After returning to my room, I remembered that I had finished the light novel I brought. If I were staying on the ship, I wouldn't have to worry about such trivial things. But I've stopped doing that because I might be suspected of trying to escape. However, even just going to get it would surely raise suspicion, so I called out to the docking bay management staff before heading to my ship. Then I saw that woman from earlier, and she pointed a gun at me. Why do I keep having guns pointed at me recently? What do you want? I don't have much cash on me. Hand over your ship. I raised my hands to show I didn't have any cash, but of course, that's not what she wanted. I told you it's impossible. Didn't I? I tried repeating what I said earlier, but then she started talking about something else. Hey, don't you think the world is unfair these days? She began some kind of speech. The Empire has gained power by annexing various nations with its military might. As a result, a clear discriminatory class system of royalty, nobility, imperial citizens, colonial subjects has been created. The nobility and royalty are the worst. They've done all sorts of despicable things without a second thought. Haven't you been treated terribly too? Those people can only think with their lower halves when it comes to beautiful women or handsome men. The noble who was killed this time was apparently quite an extremist among the anti-emperor faction. We managed to get rid of such a person. Don't you think it's a great achievement? Lend a hand to help these heroes. Let's bring down the hammer of justice on the royalty, nobility, and imperial citizens who have been oppressing us. She seemed quite intoxicated by her own words, but as I thought, She must be related to that independence movement. I understand that you've had bad experiences with the nobility. I've had my share of unpleasant experiences too. My father was even framed for embezzlement by a young noble and forced to take on debt. Even so, I have no complaints about the current emperor so far, so I can't lend you my ship. When I honestly stated my opinion in response to her impassioned speech, she looked at me in disbelief. Why not? If we get rid of the royalty, nobility, and imperial citizens, we won't have to suffer anymore. Even if the royalty, nobility, and imperial citizens disappear, similar people will just take their place. For example, based on wealth disparities or whether someone was a revolutionary or not. Of course, this wasn't the answer she wanted, so she said, I see. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Not that I wanted to be comrades with a creepy otaku like you anyway. She looked at me with disgust, and I could see her grip tightening on the gun. But I don't want to die, so here. This is the key to my ship. Saying that, I tossed the ship's ignition key towards her. As she was distracted by that, I aimed my heat ray blaster at her gun-holding hand and pulled the trigger. Kaya. Taking advantage of the moment she dropped the gun, I retrieved the ignition key and approached her, then aimed at her legs and pulled the trigger again. Yuja. My heat ray blaster is set to low power, so it didn't blow off her hand or leg. Still, it must have been quite painful, because she collapsed on the floor, unable to move. She didn't seem to be a mercenary or an agent. After retrieving her gun, I pointed my heat ray blaster at her. I'm sorry, I'm a mercenary too, you know, so I can handle these basic situations. Mob number 68. I saw the young lady asking this guy to lend her a boat, and beauty and charm don't always exist at the same time, do they? After confirming that she couldn't move quickly, I contacted Detective Ryuman's number, which I had been given earlier. It might seem cruel from an outsider's perspective, but she was the one who pointed the gun at me first and even tried to shoot, so I hope you'll forgive me. Hello, this is Ryuman speaking. Detective Ryuman answered immediately, so I reported the situation while pointing my wrist-mounted terminal's camera at her. I'm sorry, I was attacked at the boat dock. I've immobilized her for now and I'm keeping watch. I see. Looks like it was an impatient accomplice. We're coming to arrest her now, so please don't let her escape. Understood. After ending the call, I activated the camera mode. She glared at me bitterly, her face contorted with pain, but suddenly, her expression changed to one on the verge of tears. And she screamed, "Help! I'm going to be killed." Damn it! She probably saw someone approaching the boat dock and decided to scream. If Detective Ryuman arrives quickly, it'll be fine, but if someone else shows up, I'll be at a disadvantage in this situation. She might even escape. Understanding this, she grinned. "Help! Hurry!" and screamed again. Someone who seemed to have heard her voice slowly approached us. This creepy otaku suddenly demanded the keys to my boat, and when I refused, he shot me. "Hurry and catch him." She spouted lies without hesitation. However, the approaching figure didn't rush to help her after hearing her words. "That's strange." "Miss, weren't you the one asking this guy to lend you a boat, Mr. Dan?" The approaching figure turned out to be Mr. Dan. He took out a comb and fixed his hair while keeping a wary eye on her. I saw this young lady heading to the boat dock. She was probably planning to steal some careless person's boat. Enraged that Mr. Dan didn't act as she expected, she lashed out. "Why are you taking that creepy otaku's side over mine? Isn't it common sense that when a beautiful and charming woman like me is lying injured, you should unconditionally take her side?" Apparently quite confident in her own beauty, she snapped at Mr. Dan. "It's impressive how she can talk so much despite supposedly being in pain from where I shot her. I wonder if it's because the anger is causing adrenaline to flow, making her less sensitive to pain. I saw you asking this guy to lend you a boat. Besides, being beautiful and being charming don't always go hand in hand, you know?" Mr. Dan flashed a cynical smile at the furious woman, denying her claim to charm. His words further enraged her. "Don't be ridiculous. What part of me isn't charming?" And she shouted back, "Weren't you supposed to be immobilized by pain, miss? I should stay alert in case she tries to escape." "Sorry for the wait." "Where's the culprit?" At that moment, Detective Ryuman arrived with a squad of police officers. Seeing this, the woman seized the opportunity and screamed, "Help! These guys shot me. They're the culprits." As the police squad approached the woman making these claims, she wore a triumphant expression. However, instead of rescuing her, the police squad restrained her. "Wait, what? Why am I being restrained?" "That creepy otaku over there shot me, and that slicked back hair guy is an accomplice," she protested. "Of course," but Detective Ryuman responded, "I'm afraid you're the one being arrested." "Miss, we've already recorded the video and audio from his wrist-mounted terminal. As soon as we received information about you, my team and I checked all the surveillance cameras at the boat dock and elsewhere. We quickly found footage of you pointing a gun first. We also have evidence that you're an accomplice of that murderer over there." "There's no use trying to talk your way out of this." She flinched at Detective Ryuman's calm tone and the glint in his eyes as he spoke with a faint smile. As she fell silent, he turned his gaze to me and said, "Thank you for your cooperation. It seems the main culprit has been arrested as well, so the state of emergency should be lifted soon." He reported this with a tired expression, different from the one he had shown the woman, her accomplice. And so, the woman, a member of an anti-imperial thought group named Mealy DeLive, was arrested. Also, I thought the so-called great detective had solved the case, but it turns out it was a victory for forensic science. The detective who happened to be at the scene was apparently more of the lost type than the great type. With the culprits arrested and the police gone, the visiting nobles began to leave, but unlike when they arrived, they scattered like spiderlings. I guess people don't want to stay in a place where a murder has occurred. After all the guests had left, there was a meeting to explain the incident and discuss work-related matters. Thankfully, Mr. Dota's Twill, the head of security, informed us that the client had promised to pay the full amount plus a bonus for repelling the attack. With all the work completed and most of the mercenaries gone, I left the colony. It took over 18 hours, including gate transfers, to return from the colony on planet Latarkazet to planet Yitz. When I finally arrived, it was the middle of the night, and since Old Man Rones wasn't around, I didn't stop by the reception counter. Instead, I left the guild building, took a taxi straight home, and went to bed. The next day, I spent the entire day cleaning, shopping, and watching anime. The day after that, I headed to the guild to complete the procedures. You got caught up in a nasty incident. When a noble gets killed, there are still some idiot nobles who automatically try to frame commoners as the culprits, Old Man Rones muttered while processing the reward payment. "I'm thinking of getting an exorcism or something." After all, having guns pointed at me so many times in such a short period made me wonder if I was possessed by something evil. As I was thinking about this, Old Man Rones started talking about the person who triggered all this. "Oh, right. That Ako Chandler pink hair." According to Old Man Rones, during her interrogation, she made outrageous statements like, "That commoner man who defied me, a noble, is at fault." "What's wrong with a noble like me pointing a gun at a commoner? It's only natural for commoners to give up all their possessions to nobles." However, when it was pointed out that she was no longer a noble, and she was shown a copy of the imperial decree stripping Baron Chandler, the head of the Chandler family, of his title, she reportedly screamed and went on a rampage. A prison sentence seems certain, but there's also a possibility she might be committed to a specialized mental health facility in the imperial capital. "Well, here's your reward for this job." "Good work," Old Man Rones said as he finished processing the payment. The amount was not the initially promised fixed sum of 360,000 credits, but 450,000 credits. Mob number 69. "Anyway, come home at least once. Don't worry. I've silenced those old hags in the neighborhood." As soon as the conversation ended, the reward payment procedure was completed. So I decided to head straight to the bank. The reason was that the money from selling the fighter jet that attacked me when I let the Hans brothers escape last time was still in my wrist-mounted terminal wristcom, and I hadn't sent money to my parents yet. In other words, I currently had 12 million credits on hand, separate from my living expenses. Now that I was aware of it, I wanted to deposit it in the bank as soon as possible. On my way to the bank, I suddenly received a phone call. Wondering who it was, I checked the caller ID and saw it was from Dad. Hello, Dad? What's up with the sudden call? Where are you now? I just finished various procedures for work at the guild, and I'm about to head home. Why? So you're on planet Yitz since you're at the guild, right? Want to meet up? Actually, I'm here on Yitz for your mother's niece's wedding. As he said that, I noticed Dad was wearing a suit instead of his usual work clothes or casual wear. I might have met Mum's niece when I was a child, but honestly, I don't remember. Naturally, Dad and Mom must know her. Anyway, since they're here, I thought I'd like to meet up after such a long time. Ah, where are you now? I'm at Pal Bear Station right now. Pal Bear Station is the closest public transportation to the Mercenary Guild. That's close. How about we meet at the family restaurant called Pegasus Meteor, near there? I need to take care of something, so it might take about 40 minutes. I'll let you know if I'm running late. All right. See you later then. After hanging up with Dad, I went to the bank and deposited 8 million credits, 2/3 of the total reward of 12 million credits from the previous sale and this job's fee. Then, I headed to the promised family restaurant, Pegasus Meteor. When I arrived at the restaurant, my parents were already there, seated in a booth. Sorry for keeping you waiting. It's been a while, John. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Mum, you've lost weight. It's all thanks to karaoke and daily gardening. Mom, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, looked so slim she was almost unrecognizable. I wonder if she actually underwent some kind of weight loss treatment, but well, as long as she's healthier, I guess it's fine. More importantly, there's something crucial I need to discuss. Oh, right, Dad, how's the debt situation? With the money you sent, we were able to pay off everything, including the principal and interest. Here's the proof of debt settlement. The document Dad showed me was undoubtedly genuine. I mean, Dad, you've been carrying that around in your general purpose terminal. I'm glad you were able to pay it off completely. It's good that there weren't any strange interferences. Even if the financial institution was legitimate, I was wary of the possibility that those who had falsely accused us might cause trouble, but thankfully, that didn't happen. We've caused you a lot of trouble. We even made you give up on university, Dad said with an apologetic look on his face. But well, thanks to that, I was able to get a high-paying job. I'm grateful for that. This is just a what if, but even if I had graduated from university, I don't think I would have had any decent job prospects. The good positions are probably all taken by nobles, and many companies hire based on appearances. There are also plenty of places that don't invest in developing their employees and only want ready-to-work talent, or those that impose harsh working conditions with extremely low pay. Above all, I didn't have any selling points. Compared to that, being a mercenary, where looks don't matter and it's purely based on ability, is a welcome workplace despite the high risk and high return. In a way, you could say that incident in my first year of high school pointed me towards my future. As I was thinking about this, Mom, who had apparently ordered a chocolate parfait without me noticing. Anyway, come home at least once. Don't worry. I've silenced those old hags in the neighborhood, she said. The old hags in the neighborhood she referred to were the people who spread nasty rumors when they heard about my job as a mercenary, which was the reason I had been avoiding going back home. I don't even know their faces. I was really curious about how she managed to silence them. What did you do? I told them. My son sends money home 3 times a month. And this month, he even sent 2 million each time. As soon as I said that, they completely changed their tune. You do know that it's not always the same amount, right? Why are you making it sound like I send that much every time? Mom was probably fed up with them too, and I couldn't really argue strongly against it because what I'm about to give them now will only add fuel to that story. Well, here's that money I sent home. It's 1/3 of the combined reward from 2 jobs, but we don't have any more debt, you know? As I held out my wrist-mounted terminal wrist-com, Dad reproachfully said, he probably meant, why are you still sending money when we don't have any more debt? It's linked to my motivation for work, so please accept it. However, I had no intention of stopping anytime soon, so I lightly pushed the wrist com forward. "All right, we'll gratefully accept it." Dad sighed and reluctantly accepted it. The amount was 4 million credits, 1/3 of the total 12 million, 11.55 million plus 450,000. Wow. This is just 1/3? Mom was quite surprised by the amount. To think that just 2 jobs easily surpass my annual salary from my salary Mondays. Dad seemed a bit depressed. True, the pay is good, but in exchange, it's life-threatening work. After that, I managed to reboot my briefly frozen parents, and we enjoyed a family meal together after such a long time. As soon as we finished eating, Mom ordered another parfait, so I took that opportunity to go to the restroom. She's going to gain that weight right back, isn't she? As I came out of the restroom and into the hallway, a customer wearing a hooded parka entered the restaurant. It wasn't training, nor was it a cold season, so there must be some reason for wearing a hood in broad daylight. As I was pondering this, the customer stared intently in my direction. Suddenly, they crouched down and pulled their hand out of the parka pocket. In that hand was a gun, and for a moment, I saw pink hair peeking out from under the hood. The instant I saw that, I hid myself towards the restroom. Simultaneously, a thunderous sound echoed, destroying a nearby sofa, and screams filled the restaurant. Fortunately, no one had been sitting there. How is this person here when they should have been locked up in prison or a hospital? Although I had many questions, I hid behind the wall and said, "Weren't you supposed to be arrested?" I spoke to draw Coach Chandler the pink hair's attention to myself. That was an unjust arrest. How could it be a crime for a baroness like me to collect money from commoners or shoot them with a gun? Pink hair spoke as if asserting her rightful authority. "So you came to attack me? It was a coincidence that I entered this place, but it's perfect timing. I'll purge the commoner who defied the orders of a baroness like myself. And that cheeky receptionist woman too. She's definitely beyond reasoning, isn't she? And I assume the receptionist woman she's referring to is Zystol-san. Anyway, while pink hair is distracted by me, I hope the staff can help the customers escape and contact the police. However, judging from pink hair's behavior, I might need to act quickly to prevent further harm." I drew my heat ray blaster from its holster and disengaged the safety, which I always keep on when in town. Mob number 70, come back if you get sick of it, but until then, do your job well. Thinking about it, I could have just called the police myself. Why did I expect the store clerk to do it? Maybe I panicked because my parents were there. Anyway, I need to get to Coach Chandler Pinkhead's attention. If I'm your target, why don't we move somewhere else? We're causing trouble for the store. Everyone here is just lowly commoners, right? I don't care what happens to them. I might even kill a few. If you don't like that, let yourself be killed right now. This is bad. I thought I needed to buy time until the police arrived, but it seems impossible now. At least thanks to some of the hate being directed at me, the customers are slowly escaping the store. Still, I don't know when she might start shooting at the customers. I picked up a silver tray that happened to be lying around. As I came out from behind the corner, I threw it at Pinkhead to block her vision, and pulled the trigger aiming for her right thigh. I should probably aim for the hand holding the gun, but I don't have that kind of skill. I thought about aiming for the torso, but if Pinkhead is wearing a heat ray reflective jacket, the beam might reflect and harm others around. The heat ray reflective jacket covers the entire upper body except for the neck and hands. Aiming for the face could blind her eyes or knock her out, and even if I miss, it would be enough to make her flinch. But if the beam misses and hits the store wall, the debris could scatter, or the beam itself might hit someone else, which would be dangerous. And if it does hit, it could turn into a splatter situation. Since there are parents and children present, killing is out of the question. So I decided not to aim for the head. Pinkhead knocked away the tray with the butt of her gun. At that moment, my heat ray blaster successfully hit her right thigh. Gah! She cried out in pain, losing her balance. Of course, that alone wasn't enough, so I planned to approach Pinkhead as she lost her balance, shoot one of her legs again to make her fall, and then knock the gun away. But just as Pinkhead cried out and lost her balance, some kind of beam hit her head. Pinkhead's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. "John, are you all right? Dad approached worriedly after seeing Pinkhead fall. I'm fine. More importantly, we need to preserve the crime scene, and it's dangerous if she wakes up, so don't get too close. I asked not only Dad but also the other customers to stay away to preserve the crime scene. There's a possibility that Pinkhead might regain consciousness, after all. Then I used a napkin from the table to secure Pinkhead's gun. As I looked in the direction the beam came from, I saw a woman in a tight skirt suit walking towards us, putting her gun back into her jacket holster. Sorry for the delayed response. It was difficult to shoot from my initial position, so I had to move. The person who approached was quite beautiful, with blue eyes and long, curly hair of a golden brown color tied near her neck. No, you saved us. Thank you very much. I put away my gun and thanked the woman. Then sirens rang out, and the police and ambulance arrived. Pinkhead was restrained and placed on a stretcher, then carried away. As the forensic work began, a detective approached us. Excuse me. Who are the involved parties? I am. Your name and occupation? John Usos. I'm a mercenary. The police probably suspect that I might be the cause of something. Well, that's natural. It would be strange if they didn't suspect anything. And you are? He asked, turning to the woman next to me. I am Lunary's Bloodwill. I hold the rank of Major General in the Imperial Army and the title of Count. I serve as the commander of the 5th Fleet of the Central Fleet Subjugation Force. Today is my day off, and I was having a meal with a friend. Hearing this, both the detective and I widened our eyes. To think this person was Major General Lunary's Bloodwill, the commander of the 5th Fleet. Well then, we'll need some of your time to hear your accounts. Following the instructions of the detective who seemed to be in charge, several detectives and officers began to interview the customers and store staff. Finally, I had a chance to talk with my parents. Are you okay, John? Did you do something to that woman? It was just her lashing out because my job paid more than hers. I tell my parents the truth. That must have been troublesome. What an unreasonable person. My parents seemed to believe my story. In the Mercenary Guild, many people only talks based on their assumptions without listening to others, so my parents' response is truly appreciated. Usually, my work is mainly on ships. This kind of situation in person is extremely rare. Part of me wants you to quit right now, but that's not possible, is it? For me, this seems to be the only thing I can do. Mom looks worried, but I can't quit this job right now. I'm causing them worry. But this is something I can't give up on. Come back if you get sick of it, but until then, do your job well. Dad's expression as he said this seemed somewhat pleased. During the interviews conducted with all the customers and staff, everyone, including my parents, agreed on the following points. Pinkhead drew her gun first. She called the customers lowly commoners and said, I might even kill a few. They all agreed that the Pinkhead was the first to pull out a gun. Moreover, the entire incident was apparently recorded on the store's security cameras, and above all, thanks to the testimony of Major General Lunary's Bloodwill, commander of the 5th Fleet of the Imperial Central Fleet Subjugation Force, and the fact that there was already a search order for Pinkhead within the police. My actions were confirmed as self-defense and I was declared innocent. By the way, the gun Major General Bloodwill was carrying was a tri-shot, made by Neo Southco, which can switch between a ray gun, heat ray blaster, and paralysis gun. The Imperial Army has official arrest authority in emergencies, so they have officially adopted the tri-shot, which can be switched depending on the situation. However, most people apparently keep the tri-shot as a backup and carry their preferred gun. The reason Major General Bloodwill used the paralysis gun mode of their tri-shot was because there were children present. The manager of the family restaurant, Pegasus Meteor, which unfortunately became the scene of this incident, made all the meals free for the customers involved in this incident. He promised to strengthen the building and security system of the store in the future, and politely explained, apologized, and expressed his determination, saying he hopes for continued patronage. And so, with all matters resolved, we were finally free to go. Section Side. A co-chandler. When I regained consciousness, I was in water. A breathing mask was attached to my mouth. It seems I've been placed in a regenerative treatment capsule. Probably for treating the leg that was shot by that commoner. A capsule is overkill for just that, but top-tier treatment is only natural for a noble like me. Because of that commoner, I was treated like a criminal, but right after I was imprisoned, someone helped me escape and offered me clothes, funds, a gun, and a heat ray reflective jacket. The commoner who made this offering to me said they wanted me to meet their leader, but if they're a commoner, they should come greet me themselves. Anyway, the fact that a helping hand was extended to me proves that I am indeed chosen by God. My father, who held the title of Baron and owned the excellent Chandler Trading Company, was arrested on false charges, and both his title and company were taken away. Because of that, we had to sell our mansion and live in a shabby apartment complex, and our lifestyle became poor. Fortunately, I was confident in my skills with guns and piloting combat ships, so I decided to make a living as a mercenary. With my abilities, I should be able to reach the highest king rank within a year. And when I reach the highest rank, I'll make that woman, the empress who framed my father, grovel on the ground. Yet the mercenary guild won't promote me above the knight rank. Conditions to take the exam? Why should I, of all people, have to accept such conditions? That receptionist woman must be an agent of that empress. That's why she won't let me take the promotion exam. Once this treatment is over, I need to launch an attack immediately. Come to think of it, there was a commoner called Featherhelm, who got promoted ahead of me. I'll allow him to become my subordinate. He'll probably cry with joy. The grand revenge drama of the tragic heroine is about to begin. Then, I heard a voice from outside the capsule. It was the voice of the commoner who had made offerings to me before. It's wonderful loyalty to come for me so quickly. I'll praise them. What are you saying, huh? Strange. My heart is beating so fast. Everything in front of me is turning black. Section side. Suspicious men. Is this really okay? Wasting a perfectly good disposable asset. She wouldn't listen to our orders. Useless tools need to be discarded. Besides, her face was seen by the 5th Fleet Commander. We can't even use her for a suicide mission anymore. I guess we have no choice but to dispose of her then. So, is that the stuff? Yeah, if we inject this into the treatment liquid, it'll look like she died of a heart attack, and there won't be any trace of drug injection. Injection complete. Come on, let's go back and have a drink. Sounds good. Mob number 71. Oh, what's this? There's a creepy fatty here. I thought I taught you your place last time. The interrogation regarding the Pinkhead incident was over, and both my father and mother were unharmed. They were allowed to go home. Since it had been a while since we last met, I thought, what do you guys want to do? If you want to go shopping or somewhere, I can help carry your bags. At the same time, I offered to pay for them. No, thank you. It's a rare outing with your father. We want to take our time together. Besides, you've already given us plenty of money. But my mother gently declined. Well, it would be rude to interrupt their couple time. Okay, have fun. And so, my parents headed towards the bustling streets. I wonder if, at this age, I might end up with a little brother or sister. Anyway, today I'll just go home and sleep. I'm tired. The next day, when I visited the Mercenary Guild, it was just like any other day. You seem to be born under an unlucky star. That's supposed to be a special trait of people like Arthur, Lambert, and Yuri. Uncle Rones laughed and teased me, but honestly, it wasn't a joke. After he was satisfied with his teasing, Uncle Rones suddenly became serious and said, about that Pinkhead, it seems someone helped the escape. He explained the answer to the question I had when I encountered Pinkhead. I see. And the Pinkhead was being treated in a capsule for the wounds you inflicted and the paralyzer shot by the Major General. She died of a heart attack during treatment. I felt a chill at Uncle Rones's report. Clearly, she was taken care of. With that personality, they probably intended to use her as a pawn after helping her escape. But she acted on her own. Uncle Rones also looked somewhat disgusted. In that case, or even if not, it's better not to get involved with that Pinkhead anymore. Honestly, with all this stress, my motivation to work is dwindling. But I can't just not work. I want a job without combat. If that's the case, This might be a compromise. There's a job with a 1-month commitment, decent pay, and no combat. It's not posted on the board yet, Uncle Roan said, showing me a job listing that hadn't been posted yet. The job involved transporting personnel and equipment from the base camp to the excavation site on the planet Tozel, and then waiting at the base camp, occasionally doing odd jobs. Apparently, there used to be a dedicated person for this, but they got injured, and now inexperienced staff are handling it. A 1-month commitment, huh? But there's definitely no combat. The scenery is nice, and the water and air are good. I looked at the jobs posted on the board, but most of them were pirate extermination or escort missions. Well, the other jobs seem likely to involve combat. Can I leave tomorrow since today is already busy? Sure. You'll need to prepare. So, I accepted the job and left the Mercenary Guild. If I'm going to be committed for a month, I might as well buy some light novels, manga, and anime data cards that I haven't read yet. Oh, it would also be nice to reread old works or current series back issues. Maybe I'll revisit My Sister Can't Be This Cute. I don't have many friends. Or Limit Breaker Garambaran. I decided to go to Anime Member. At Anime Member, I bought the new volume of Assassin X Family, and at Sci-fi, I bought the anime data card set for Cowgirl Swing. As I was leaving Anime Member, I was approached by someone unexpected. What a coincidence, Captain Uzos, said Rossis-san, the small combat vessel WVS-09 with a will of its own, which I had recently acquired from a bioroid body. Oh, hello. Well, I'll be going. The situation I feared had happened. So, I tried to leave immediately, but Rossis-san caught me. Hey, why are you avoiding me? If I'm seen with the famous, feathered helmet's partner, strange rumors might spread. Isn't Lambert with you today? Being alone with Rossis-san is really dangerous. If Lambert were here, he could act as a safety valve, but he went to some shopping district with a friend named Levin Gristle. It seemed that wasn't an option. In that case, I had no choice but to talk to her. Forcing a refusal might be even more dangerous. So, what do you want with me? I have something I want to ask you. Let's not talk standing here. How about we go there? She pointed to a famous stylish cafe chain that I dislike. Enduring the stares of the staff and customers, Rossis-san ordered a strawberry something frappuccino, and I ordered a large blend coffee. As we sat down, Rossis-san started talking. Captain Uzos, I have a straightforward question for you. When I first approached you, why did you refuse me? I was surprised by her question. I thought she would understand since she had been rejected by several people. She continued. Albert Circlewood, known as the Black Devil, had his own high-spec machine. It was like a downgraded version of me. The commander of the Imperial Guard, General Kyrekt Rundiver, had enough subordinates that he didn't need me. So, it's understandable that they didn't need me, and I understood their reasons for rejecting me, even if it was unpleasant. But you, who don't have an excellent machine or outstanding subordinates, rejected me without giving a reason. I want to know why. Indeed, at that time, I had reasons for refusing in my mind, but I didn't say them out loud. If she wants to know, I guess I can tell her, but I wonder if she'll get upset. If you promise not to get angry, I'll judge calmly. I took a precautionary approach, and Ms. Rossis gave me a go-ahead. So, I explained my reasons for refusing. If you've seen the guild, you'll understand that I'm looked down upon by some staff and mercenaries. I got that impression. Well, they're just foolish people who can't see your true abilities. Rossis-san said it as if spitting out the words. And those people would try to steal a beautiful and high-performance ship like you from me. Can't you handle that with force? If I'm surrounded by a group, I have no chance of winning. They're good at using numbers. Besides, I'm not a hero, so no one will come to my rescue. Another method is power. A noble could claim, that was originally mine, and give sweets to important people in the police and judiciary, making it theirs. I would then die mysteriously in prison. So, you refuse to avoid that? That's right. I see, I understand. Rossis-san kept her promise and didn't get angry. So, it wasn't because you didn't like my performance? She even seemed relieved. Well, as a combat vessel, Being told, "You're useless, so I don't need you," must be the most painful thing. But the main reason I refused was because she was so quick to switch pilots. By the way, I have a question for you too. What is it? I'm actually going to the planet Tozel for a job at an excavation site. Do you know anything about the ruins there? Since Rossis-san is an ancient weapon, I thought she might know something about the ruins on Tozel and asked out of curiosity. I don't know much about it. Some privileged people turned all the flat land, except for their vacation homes and defense spaces, into mountainous terrain under the guise of protecting the scenic beauty. Basically, only the chosen ones could build vacation homes there. Well, that's quite a bit of information. The planet Tozel, where my next job will be, has an atmosphere suitable for human habitation, abundant water, and lush greenery. However, 100% of the surface is hard rock, and only 1% is flat land. The rest is either on the sea or in the air. During the development of this small flat area, ancient ruins were discovered, halting the development. Now, there are plans to turn it into a tourist destination. I wonder what scholars would think if they knew that the current environment of the planet Tozel was created by the whims of the powerful. As I was thinking about this, I heard a voice I didn't want to hear. "Oh? What's this? There's a creepy fatty here. I thought I taught you your place last time." It was Elodie Chilburgers, the son of the president of Chilburgers Trading Company, currently studying abroad to take over his father's company, living a very stylish life. Mob number 72. Even with the safety on, you shouldn't draw a gun in the middle of town like this. My school days. Elodie Chilburgers, a man hated like a snake or scorpion by some students at the school I attended, stood before me. He wore what seemed to be expensive suits, shoes, and watches as if to show them off. Being handsome and rich, flighty girls flocked to him, and he had hangers on hoping for money and favors. Even now, he was accompanied by several women and some followers, though not his old school crowd. I said he was hated like a snake or scorpion, but snakes and scorpions might actually be more likable. Didn't I tell you this isn't a place for disgustant fatzos? Why are you here? He addressed me, clearly looking down on me just like in our school days. I was invited by someone related to work. I had to answer. After all, Ms. Rossis had suggested we come here. I wouldn't use this place privately even now, but for work, it can't be helped. However, Chilburgers didn't understand this and sneered. "Work? That doesn't matter." "You should have told them. This place isn't suitable for me." He then peered at Ms. Rossis's face, trying to discipline me. "Hey, why is someone like you with such a hottie?" This seemed to anger him further, and he kicked my leg. Then, approaching Ms. Rossis, he started hitting on her right away. "Hey, beautiful, why don't you come with us instead of this disgusting fatso?" Ms. Rossis didn't even look at Chilburgers and dismissed him. "You're in the way. We're discussing work-related matters." It was closer to private than work. But she played along, perhaps finding Chilburgers annoying. "If it's work-related, I'd be more beneficial. After all, I'm the next president of Chilburgers Trading. It'd be more advantageous for you to associate with me, business-wise too." However, Chilburgers continued addressing Ms. Rossis, unfazed. Irritated, Ms. Rossis showed Chilburgers a mercenary registration badge with the bishop's mark and glared at him. "You're not needed for my work. You're in the way, so disappear." For some reason, Chilburgers glared at me and made an unreasonable claim. "Don't mess with me, you disgusting fatso." "You must have said something to her, right?" he insisted unreasonably. "No, I didn't have time for that. We hadn't talked about Chilburgers before he approached us, and I hadn't conversed with Ms. Rossis since he started talking to us." "Well, it's not like Chilburgers would notice such details. If you hadn't fed her lies, there's no way I'd be rejected by a woman." Enraged, he suddenly drew a gun. What Chilburgers held was a Sandhawk, a large-caliber handgun made by Limited Industrial. It's an incredibly powerful blaster, mostly used on battlefields or for exploration on undeveloped planets. While not illegal if registered, it's not suitable for civilians to carry in town like this. Are you scared? This thing can easily destroy an air car. A poor guy like you probably can't even get one. It's certainly an expensive gun, but can he handle it? At least I can't. Usually, whether it's a ray gun or a blaster, the recoil is minimal, and some models have no recoil at all. However, this Sandhawk has considerable recoil. It could be considered defective as a blaster, but there are many fans who say, this firepower and recoil are great. Eyeburgers pointed the Sandhawk at us with one hand. You know, I'm definitely king rank material in terms of strength, even though I'm not a mercenary. If you understand, bow down. Hurry up, you disgusting fatso. I don't know what criteria he's using to say that, but he definitely couldn't win against an active king rank, and probably not against me either. I realized that shooting practice, hand-to-hand combat training, and above all, actual combat experience, mostly in battle cruisers, really do make a difference in staying calm during confrontations compared to ordinary people. Also, I noticed something, so I was about to stand up and face Eyeburgers, but before I could stand, Ms. Rossis stepped in front of Eyeburgers. Huh? What? Are you going to bow down? The moment Eyeburgers pointed the gun at Ms. Rossis with a smirk, she pushed the joint of his gun-holding arm from the inside, slammed the gun into his face while pushing his hand from the outside, snatched the gun while grabbing his arm, and threw him towards his entourage. Eyeburgers rolled on the floor and ended up at his followers' feet. Ms. Rossis pointed the seized Sandhawk at them and pulled the trigger without hesitation. But there was only a clicking sound. Even with a safety on, you shouldn't draw a gun in the middle of town like this, Ms. Rossis said while quickly disassembling the Sandhawk for maintenance, breaking it down into parts before returning it to Eyeburgers. It would probably be difficult for someone unfamiliar with the gun to reassemble it. This is your final warning. You're in the way, so leave. If you still insist on staying, you won't get off lightly. Ms. Rossis glared at Eyeburgers, looking quite irritated. It seems he had really gotten on her nerves. Eyeburgers and his entourage cowered at Ms. Rossis's piercing gaze. Damn it. We're leaving because this place sucks. After picking up the disassembled gun, he left the store, making excuses as he went. After confirming Eyeburgers had left, Ms. Rossis bowed to me. I'm sorry, Captain Uzos. You probably wanted to deal with him yourself, but that creature just really irritated me. I should be the one apologizing. You got caught up in my personal affairs. Although she ended up getting involved in my situation, Ms. Rossis apologized to me with a regretful look, but her expression was actually quite refreshed. That guy must have really annoyed her. I can understand that feeling very well. What was that all about, anyway? She asked. He was a classmate from my school days, not a friend. Though, what a nuisance. Shouldn't we neutralize him? If he had fired, it would have been self-defense. Next time he bothers us, let's wait until he shoots and then neutralize him completely in self-defense. Ms. Rossis's expression showed she was dead serious about doing just that. After parting ways with Ms. Rossis, I went to the home center to buy water and food, arranging for them to be delivered to the guild's docking bay. Then I bought information about the planet Tosu from Gonzales, and bought ingredients and side dishes for day and night at the black market shopping district. By the way, at that famous meat shop, I bought new potato croquettes, blissful gold manifested by crushing new life from the bottom of the earth, pork cutlet, the corpse of a greedy orc fallen into oily mud, crab cream croquette, the cocoon of a marine mammal drowned in white turbidity, a red shell that breeds silence. On my way back, I called my parents from a convenience store parking lot to tell them I'd be away for a long time. Then I returned home to select which light novels, manga, and anime to bring with me. Mob number 73, professional pilots are truly amazing. To be able to fly so steadily in this rain, wind, and lightning. We, as amateurs, can't do this. Do you have any tips? Planet Totu. Viewed from space, this planet is a beautiful orb colored with the blue of oceans, green of trees, and white of clouds. The atmosphere is breathable for humans, with abundant water and greenery. However, 100% of the ground is solid bedrock, with only about 1% being flat. Except for these areas, one must build bases either on the sea or in the air to secure sufficient housing. The plants of this planet, which root themselves in this hard bedrock, are incredibly strong. During the development of the scarce flat land, ancient ruins were discovered, halting further development. Now, plans are underway to turn it into a tourist planet centered around these ruins. Currently, excavation surveys are in full swing. At the same time, there are various speculations about why this planet has so little flat land, whether it was always like this, or if it's the result of disasters or wars. I wonder what faces the researchers here would make if they found out that the current planetary environment of Totsura is due to some privileged class in ancient times who, under the pretext of protecting aesthetic landscapes for their own enjoyment, transformed all flat land except for their own villas and defense bases into mountainous terrain. The gateway to planet Totsura is a supergiant artificial marine city called Ocean Palace. It's built on a continental shelf 160 meters deep in the ocean of Totsura. 7 piles, each 100 meters in diameter and 20,000 meters long, are driven into the seabed in a hexagonal formation with one in the center, leaving 150 meters above sea level and 160 meters underwater, totaling 310 meters. A circular plate 50 kilometers in diameter is fixed to these piles 30 meters above the sea surface, penetrating the plate at 7 points. This plate forms the first level, with 2 more levels installed at 50 meters intervals, completing the 3-tier structure. At its center is an orbital elevator to the spaceport. Initially built as a departure base for the few resort areas on flat land, it quickly became a base and temporary research facility for excavation teams when ancient ruins were discovered in various locations. As a result, it's well equipped with shops selling excavation tools and parts, battery terminals, food, clothing, daily necessities, and medical supplies. There are also restaurants, bathing facilities, accommodations, dry cleaners, and coin laundries. However, other entertainment facilities like bookstores, arcades, gyms, cinemas, and casinos don't exist. There's a stadium building, but it's unused. There's a temporary library, but it's apparently full of historical materials. Well, I hear some people play casual baseball in the stadium, which seems incredibly luxurious in a way. For researchers, the ruins themselves might be all the activity they need, but for the workers, it must be unbearably boring. In this supergiant artificial marine city, university professors and independent research teams are given certain areas on the top floor, the 3rd level, to use as their research base. One team investigates each ruin site, bringing back excavated items here for various measurements and analyses. I've been hired by one such research team, led by Professor Florinathesses of the Imperial Grammars University's Archaeology Department. Oh, I'm glad you came. We can operate cargo ships ourselves, but it's quite risky, especially during landing. Professor Thesses, who shakes my hand, is a beautiful woman in her mid-30s. She's tall and well-built, possibly from physical training. Even in work clothes and boots for excavation and exploration, she doesn't look like a typical university professor at first glance. So, I'll be ferrying you to and from the site with this ship. After dropping you all off at the site, I can either stay there or return to the city, right? The cargo ship I've been asked to pilot is a Carriace 3, model made by Sunfield Co., a generation old but highly reliable and still in active service. I should be able to handle this decently, if not as well as my own patchwork. Yes, but make sure you can come immediately when contacted. The map and excavation sites are already input into the ship. Please start from tomorrow morning. Understood. I'll do my best. I guess my first job will be inspecting the cargo ship, the Sunfield Company. Carriace 3 model is the most common type of cargo ship, with straightforward and easy-to-handle piloting characteristics. While I was inspecting it, a female student, apparently one of Professor Thesses' pupils, who was carrying some luggage, slipped and threw her cargo at me. I'm sorry. Are you okay? No, I'm fine. When I answered that I was okay, the female student apologized and went somewhere. At that moment, I felt a chilling gaze piercing me for some reason, and that sensation of being watched seemed to persist throughout my inspection. The work from the next day on was quite peaceful, without that mysterious chilling gaze. I wake up at 6 a.m. and immediately inspect the cargo ship. After that, breakfast. Then, I ferry the professor and the excavation team to the excavation site. My job is basically just this shuttling, with no help in the excavation work itself. Those who don't go to the excavation site work on restoring and analyzing the excavated items. After dropping off the excavation team at the site, I return to Ocean Palace. Unless there's a call, I'm free until it's time to pick them up, but occasionally I'm asked to deliver machinery or batteries needed for excavation, and I've also been allowed to tour the excavation sites. When I return to Ocean Palace, I look around the city, read light novels I brought, or download new light novels, manga, or anime from the communication net. It's really relaxing. I go to pick up the excavation team at 5 p.m., aiming to arrive there by then, and immediately after returning, I finish inspecting the aircraft and refueling. After that, it's free time again. I was invited to a drinking party with the researchers by the professor once, and I did go, but the conversation was full of technical terms I couldn't understand at all. And that chilling gaze I felt on the first day kept piercing me, so since then I've been declining, using the excuse that I have to drive the next day. I'm given a room in a hotel in the city for accommodation. It might be boring, but days without life-threatening danger are truly appreciated. Today marks 3 weeks since I started this peaceful job. The weather looked ominous from the morning, not in terms of human relationships, but the actual weather. It was the first cloudy day since I came to this planet, looking like it could rain at any moment. I dropped off the professor and the others at the site at the usual time, and as soon as I returned to Ocean Palace, it started raining. Probably because we're on the ocean. The wind was quite strong too. Just before lunch, I got a call saying they wanted to return early as it might be dangerous, so I went to pick them up. The excavation site was also experiencing heavy rain. I parked the ship near the rest hut, and the professor and others hurriedly boarded. No matter how many times I experience it, the rain here is incredible. Is that so? The professor and others who have been on this planet for a long time have apparently experienced this rain many times. When it doesn't rain, it doesn't for a month. But once it starts, as you can see, fierce heavy rain and strong winds rage. Thankfully, this rain usually stops after about 3 days. The professor gave me a lecture about this planet's climate while the excavated items were being loaded. Loading complete. All right, let's go. By then the loading was complete, so I closed the door and launched the ship. Since the wind was strong and there was lightning, I decided to fly as low as possible after leaving the excavation site. No matter how well prepared we are, lightning strikes are dangerous. Flying close to the sea surface, trying to maintain stability as much as possible, is quite challenging. Yet the professor started talking to me. But professional pilots are truly amazing. To be able to fly so steadily in this rain, wind, and lightning, we amateurs couldn't do this. Is there some kind of trick to it? He probably was genuinely curious and leaned in to look, but when I'm concentrating on difficult piloting, having someone casually lean in to look at the instruments is very troublesome, both for piloting and my sanity. Professor, please don't talk to him. He needs to concentrate to fly this steadily in these weather conditions. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. At that moment, the female student who had thrown luggage at me before admonished the professor, thankfully making him back off. Then she put her hand on my shoulder, smiled sweetly, and said, "Please drive safely, okay?" As she spoke to me, she gripped my shoulder with incredible strength. At that instant, I was certain she was the source of that chilling gaze. Just as I thought this could be dangerous, the ship was enveloped in an intense light. Looks like we were struck by lightning. We're over the sea, so it's better than being in the air. But still, apparently, the ship had been hit by lightning. Although we have countermeasures and should be fine, it's certainly better not to get hit, so I said, "I'll hurry as much as possible." I opened the throttle to return to Ocean Palace as quickly as possible while still being cautious. After that, even the female student refrained from interfering. Mob No 74 said, "Actually, I forgot some important research data in the hut that serves as both a break room and temporary storage for excavation finds. Without it, the research can't progress. We safely returned to the Ocean City Ocean Palace. While unloading the excavated items, I checked the ship's body and found no particular problems. However, considering we were struck by lightning and the rain would likely halt excavations, I thought it might be a good idea to perform a complete overhaul maintenance. Of course, I'd need the professor's permission first. Professor, I think the ship is fine, but may I send it for a complete overhaul maintenance? That's a good idea. We won't be able to excavate for a while, so go ahead and do that. With the professor's permission, I moved the cargo ship to the maintenance factory on the first level. After requesting the overhaul, I returned to the research area. Oh, Yuzos, have they already disassembled the ship? The professor approached me, looking quite flustered. After checking for any forgotten items inside, I took it to the maintenance factory. The workers there seemed quite free, so they started disassembling it right away. Surprised by the professor's desperate look, I reported on the current state of the cargo ship sent for maintenance. I actually forgot some important research data in the hut that serves as both a break room and temporary storage for excavation finds. Without it, the research can't progress. Judging from the professor's demeanor, it must be quite important. Although it was for safety reasons, I felt apologetic for suggesting the overhaul maintenance. Should I go fetch it with my ship? That's right, you're a mercenary and have your own ship. At my suggestion, the professor looked at my ship with hopeful eyes. I'll come along. You probably wouldn't know which one is the research data, right? Indeed, I wouldn't be able to identify which memory device or file contained the research data. As for the patchwork, although I hadn't moved it much since coming here, I had been operating it occasionally during daytime hours, so it should be in good condition. Moreover, since it's my own ship, I understand its quirks, which should allow for more stable flight. The rain and wind had also weakened a bit, so we'd be less likely to get struck by lightning. If we were going to retrieve the data, now was the time. Fortunately, that female student wasn't present at the boarding site, though I dreaded what would happen when we returned. Section sighed. Floranathes's. Really? How could I forget the memory device containing such important research data? Was it because I was in a hurry due to the rain? No, that's just an excuse. Still, the ride is less bumpy than our earlier return on the cargo ship. It's partly because the rain and wind have weakened, but also because this ship belongs to him, John Yuzos. This ship, which he is accustomed to handling as a mercenary, is like an extension of his body. With an even more stable flight than our earlier return journey, we arrived at the excavation site in no time. I'll go get it right away, so please wait here. Yuzos is quite skilled as a pilot. He's even considerate enough to stop the ship with the entrance close to the hut. I'd like to hire him as our exclusive pilot if possible, but we currently have someone under contract, and his main job is as a mercenary. It wouldn't be right to force him. So I entered the hut and found the target memory device in less than a minute. Really, forgetting things is such a nuisance. Due to neglecting a check, a task that should take less than a minute now requires more than 10 times the time and effort. Thinking about this, I returned to the ship when suddenly a light shone from above. What's that? Ships. 2 of them, it seems. Did they forget something too, like me? But even so, why would they come to the area I'm in charge of? At that moment, his ship received a short-range communication. May I connect? At my nod to his words, he flipped a switch, and the face of a thin man with an aquiline nose and a malicious look appeared on the screen. Dr. Dasbrought. Good evening, Professor Floranathes's. What a coincidence to meet you here. Harold Dasbrought, an Imperial Viscount, honorary professor at the Imperial University, and a doctor of archaeology. Insidious and malicious, a coward who can't even give a decent lecture but has 10 times the desire for honor as others. For that reason, he's always trying to assert dominance over me. What business do you have here? So, I respond with insincere politeness. When this guy approaches me like this, it's usually for nothing good. Dasbrought then made a face as if he had bitten into something sour and said, "You're young, beautiful, and capable, and from this place you're currently excavating, many artifacts have been unearthed, achieving great results and increasing your fame. He threw these unwilling compliments at me, but the next moment, his expression changed to one of anger. But such honor should rightfully belong to me, a Viscount and Doctor of Archaeology, he said. I was dumbfounded, and a long-held suspicion came to mind. Does this man really have a doctorate in archaeology? You insisted that nothing would come from the place I'm now in charge of, and conversely, that the place you're now responsible for would absolutely yield the discovery of the century, using pressure to forcibly change the assigned locations, didn't you? Initially, the excavation site assignments were determined by drawing lots, but as I mentioned earlier, he disliked the place I'm now in charge of and used his position at the university and his power as a noble to forcibly change the excavation sites. However, when all was said and done, hardly any artifacts were found in the place Dasbrought had taken from me, while the place he had pushed onto me yielded memory devices from that era, plastic paper documents, and an underground facility containing them. In such relic excavations, it's common to draw blanks, and the fact that nothing was here is also important information. Despite this, however, if I report to the academic society that you were my subordinate and that I instructed you to investigate this place, all the achievements will become mine. Dasbrought said this unbelievable thing as if it were a good proposal. Do you think I would agree to such a thing? I stopped maintaining even minimal courtesy and glared at Dasbrought. Dasbrought's face distorted for a moment, but he quickly started grinning and stroking his chin, saying, "If you don't agree, your entire research team might have to leave the city in this storm and could end up lost at sea, you know." Immediately he grinned and started stroking his chin. "Has he taken my subordinates and students hostage?" I tried to contact them immediately, but no one responded. Then Yuzos whispered to me, "It sounds like it might be a bluff. The inability to communicate might also be due to interference from one of their ships. However, I know Dasbrought's character. He would definitely do something like this." "I understand. I'll follow your instructions. First, ensure the safety of the research team. Also, this ship's pilot is a temporary hire and not a researcher. I want you to guarantee his safety as well." Satisfied with my submissive attitude, Dasbrought grinned again and ordered, "Very well. First, stop the ship's engine and come out with the pilot. Bring the ignition key with you." Mob number 75. "Your pilots are incompetent." The pilots I hired could fly through this tremendous storm with barely any turbulence and land easily. Useless subordinates are truly useless. Honestly, I wonder what Professor Thesses is thinking. There's no way that guy would keep his promise. The professor probably thinks so too, but she has no choice but to comply since her subordinates and students are being held hostage. At least, that's what I'd like to think. Moreover, the fact that they want me, the pilot, to come out too clearly means they're coming to kill me. However, if I ignore them and run away, we'd be the ones sued for breach of contract, so there's nothing I can do. Now, how to get out of this? The enemy has 2 ships. One will probably wait in the air while the other lands. Then, they'll retrieve the professor, gain altitude, and open fire. I shouldn't stray too far from the ship. When they start ascending, I should immediately jump aboard and activate the barrier. If the wind picks up again at higher altitudes, there might be a chance to escape. As I was formulating this escape plan, "Please, Yuzos." That man wouldn't hesitate to commit murder. I know it's selfish, but the lives of my subordinates and students are at stake. "Please." The professor was bowing deeply to me with a frustrated expression. If there were any third parties here besides my acquaintances, I'd immediately be labeled as a scoundrel making a beautiful scholar bow. Well, I suppose I can give her credit for pleading with me instead of arbitrarily removing the drive key. "What's taking so long?" "Follow the instructions already." Dr. Dasbrought, that bastard, was impatiently urging us through the screen monitor, but from his angle, he probably couldn't see Professor Thesses bowing. I turned off the engine, removed the drive key and the memory storage device, put both in my pilot suit pocket, and handed the professor a spare drive key. The professor took the spare key and said, "I'm sorry." "Thank you." She left slowly without suspecting anything. Maybe not attaching any unnecessary keychains paid off. This way, I might be able to create the illusion that I handed over the drive key and use that opening to my advantage. Anyway, I follow the professor out of the ship. Outside, one ship was hovering about 50 meters high, while the other had landed on the ground. There were several people who were clearly not researchers, armed with military assault rifles. They were probably ex-military or mercenaries. In the center was Dr. Dasbrought, that bastard. Now, Professor, come over here with your research results and that ship's drive key. You, the pilot, move away from the ship. With that order, all the assault rifle muzzles turned towards us at once. This is impossible no matter how you look at it. I have no choice but to obey quietly. Moreover, I was forced to move to a distance where I couldn't jump aboard even if I found an opening. Meanwhile, Professor Thessers reached Dr. Dasbrought, that bastard. Good. Hand over the drive key and research data. The professor handed over the two items to the doctor with a reluctant expression. All right. Get on board. As the professor, doctor, and ex-military types boarded the ship, one of the ex-military guys kept the door open and pointed his assault rifle at me as they began to ascend. When they reached about half the height of the other ship, suddenly the other ship fired a beam, destroying my ship. Not satisfied with just one shot, they fired several more. It ended up just as I expected. I ran desperately to survive towards the entrance of a cave midway up the excavated, terraced ruins section. Sighed, Flora Thessers. All right. Get on board. After I handed over the research results and Yuzos ship's drive key, Dasbrought, that bastard, said that with a satisfied look. What are you planning to do with him? We'll drop the drive key for him once we've gained some altitude. Dasbrought, that bastard, showed me the drive key with a grin. People who were clearly not researchers pointed their guns at Yuzos as the cargo ship began to ascend. When we reached about 25 meters, the sound of a beam being fired echoed, followed by an explosion. You promised to guarantee his safety. I shouted at Dasbrought, that bastard. I intended to, but it seems my subordinates had other plans. Here, I'll return the drive key. Dasbrought, that bastard, grinned as he tossed the drive key out of the ship. I tried to punch Dasbrought, that bastard, but one of the fake researcher thugs knocked me down, and Dasbrought pointed a gun at me. If you don't behave, your entire research team will die too, you know. Damn. I glared at Dasbrought, that bastard. At the same time, I was restrained by the fake researcher thugs. Just then, that pilot is alive. He's heading towards a cave. One of Dasbrought's subordinates who wasn't a fake researcher thug reported Yuzos survival. TCH. So he's still alive. Chase him and kill. Whoa. Just as Dasbrought, that bastard, was about to give the order, the ship shook violently. The wind suddenly got stronger. We can't control the ship. Landing is impossible. Do something about it. It's impossible. At this rate, we'll crash. The pilot's voice conveyed his desperate struggle. Because the cargo ship's door was open, some of the fake researcher thugs were on the verge of falling out. I wish they would fall. We have no choice. Fire at the entrance of the ruins and seal it off. We'll come back to kill him after the weather improves. Dasbrought, that bastard, desperately clung to the wall while devising a plan to prevent Yuzos from escaping the cave. Of course, they couldn't hit it in one shot. Buffeted by the wind and struggling not to crash, they fired the beam multiple times. Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh through my nose and said, "Your pilots are incompetent." The pilots I hired could fly through this tremendous storm with barely any turbulence and land easily. Useless subordinates are truly useless. I couldn't help but provoke Dasbrought, that bastard. In response, Dasbrought, that bastard, hit my temple with the butt of his gun. How dare you speak so insolently? After I've taken all your research results, I'll give you plenty of attention. You should be honored that a commoner like you gets to be embraced by a noble like me. Enduring the pain, I glared at Dasbrought, that bastard, who was grinning. Section. This is the worst. Since this seemed to be the only entrance to the cave, I was planning to deal with the pursuers one by one inside the cave, but they sealed off the entrance. The wind noise had increased before the entrance was sealed, so they probably couldn't land and send pursuers. They must have collapsed the entrance out of frustration. Well, they had to fire multiple shots due to the wind. If I remember correctly, According to Mr. Lozis, there's supposed to be a villa and a defense base here, right? So what's the deal with this cave? I should ask if I make it back. If there's a villa or hangar deeper inside, there might be some kind of exit. It would be even better if there was a map or floor plan. There's no point in just staying put. First, let's go deeper inside. Mob number 76, don't move, intruder. Move and I'll kill you. I turn on the light of my wrist-mounted wrist-com device and look around the cave. The cave is about 2 to 5 meters wide and 3 meters high. It slopes gently downward as it goes deeper. Near the ceiling, there's a pipeline with light sources and vents, and a similar pipeline on the ground. Probably for air circulation in the cave. The ceiling one for oxygen supply and the ground one for carbon dioxide exhaust. There must be a large power unit and air pump outside. Well, they're not working now though. Under the ceiling pipeline, there are plates marking the distance from the entrance every 10 meters. Other features include unusually flat walls and floors, and remnants of lights. Traces of ancient civilization can be seen here and there. And worst of all, I found cracks in the cave, probably damaged by the earlier bombardment. I should hurry to escape. Thinking there might be a pickaxe left somewhere if they were doing excavation, I decided to go deeper. After about 50 meters from the entrance, the path split in two, with the pipeline also branching left and right. The right path extended straight from the entrance, while the left path curved about 45 degrees. So I decided to take the right path first. The right path had the same height and width as before, but there were short side tunnels here and there, which I realized were excavation sites. The professor's team seemed quite meticulous, not leaving tools scattered around. After walking for about 1,800 meters from the entrance, nearly 30 minutes, I could feel I had descended quite deep despite the gentle slope, and it was becoming noticeably harder to breathe. At 1,850 meters, the pipeline and light sources ended, and after walking another 20 meters, I reached what seemed to be a dead end at the excavation front line. Having no choice but to turn back, the breathlessness gradually eased. Still, I need to do something quickly. The cave could collapse anytime due to the bombardment damage. As I returned to the fork in the road, I decided to take the left path this time. This left path had no side tunnels, and like the path near the entrance, it had unusually flat walls and floors, with remnants of lights. About 20 meters down this path, a small space opened up. Looking around, it seemed to be a base for excavation. There were light sources, boxes for excavated items, oxygen masks for emergencies, anti-gravity hover carts for moving dirt, excavators, large and small batteries, shovels, small pickaxes for ruin excavation, portable toilets, chairs and tables for breaks, radios for external communication, water servers, etc. It looks like the escape might be a bit easier now. I should have chosen this path from the start. The light sources were battery-powered and worked fine, so I turned them on and noticed cracks in part of the wall. The professor's team wouldn't have missed these cracks, so like the ones in the cave, they must have been caused by the recent bombardment. I checked the excavator's battery and tested if it worked properly, then carried it back to the entrance along with the light sources, and started digging right away. At first, I thought it would break through quickly, but after digging for about 2 hours with the excavator, the earthen wall didn't seem to be getting any thinner, and the air was gradually thinning, making me anxious. It's past 8 p.m. now, after an hour round trip to the right excavation site and 2 hours of digging. It's amazing how the air in the cave has held up. Anyway, since there's a water server, let's go back to the base camp and take a break. Heading back to the base camp, I sat in a chair, drank some water, and took a deep breath, realizing it wasn't as hard to breathe as I expected. This cave slopes downward, so while it might be hard to breathe near the entrance, this slightly lower area should be more suffocating. Considering the size of the cave, I should need an oxygen mask by now, but I can still breathe comfortably. Does this mean there's an air hole somewhere? It's possible that one of those cracks connects to the outside, replenishing the air. This means I can continue digging for escape without worry. Come to think of it, The excavated rocks and dirt are getting in the way, so I'll remove them with a shovel. After a 10-minute break, I resumed work. Thanks to the oxygen supply from somewhere, I didn't get out of breath even after spending 20 minutes removing dirt, and then continued digging for another 2 hours. But still didn't break through. It's already 10:30. I arrived here around 5 p.m., and the rain and wind are supposed to continue for about 3 days, so there's still time before those bastards return. So I'll go to sleep now. I can line up the chairs at the base camp to make a bed. Thinking this, I returned to the base camp, but for some reason, it was a dead end. Why? It's impossible that I took a wrong turn, and there weren't any tremors that could have caused the cave to collapse. As I was confused by this bizarre situation, a beam of light appeared vertically on the dead-end wall, which began to open silently. Instinctively sensing danger, I hurriedly turned on my heel to hide in the excavation site, but I was a step too late. The moment the dead-end wall opened silently, several laser shots hit the ground at my feet. "Don't move, intruder. Move and I'll kill you." A female voice came from behind, and I stopped moving. "Let's hear why you came in here." "Follow my instructions. If you do, I won't kill you. If you understand, throw that shovel weapon far away." I threw the shovel far away as instructed. "Slowly turn around." Following the instruction, I turned around to see the person giving orders was a tall woman, about 180 centimeters, with sharp eyes showing whites above and below the iris, and a gun in her hand. "Hand over what's on your waist too." Of course, I handed over the heat ray blaster on my waist. I probably can't win against her anyway. "Now, I'll ask again. Why did you come here?" I told her everything from the beginning. That this place is currently a ruin and excavations are being conducted. That I came to retrieve something the excavation leader had forgotten. That when I did, I was attacked by thugs trying to steal the excavation leader's findings and fled into this cave. That the thugs, partly out of spite, fired at the cave. That I was trying to dig through the entrance's dirt and rocks to escape, and so on. "I see. I understand why you're here." "Then quickly dig a hole and get out." She seemed to lose interest in me and was about to return to her original location in this elevator, so I called out, "Can I ask a question?" "What is it?" "Why couldn't the professors who first investigated this place notice that this room was an elevator? The professors must have used various survey instruments, so how could they not have found it?" This was the main reason I called out to her. She nonchalantly gave me the correct answer. "This facility's camouflage uses what's called disguised soil, which contains nanomachines that interfere with sound echoes and detection equipment radar. It's not something that can be uncovered with your current tools. Similar things might exist, but the level of technology is probably on a completely different scale." "One more thing. Does the word Rossis ring any bells?" This was the other reason. Something I felt I had to ask since I first saw her. "That's the name of one of my foolish younger sisters." "Do you know her?" "Yes." "I see. I am Gerhilda. Lot number 02 of the small combat craft Wagner Valkyria sisters." So it was as I thought. Her face and height are completely different, but I had a feeling they might be related because their aura was somewhat similar. Mob number 77. "Then I'll abandon this place and go meet my foolish sister. Do your investigation as you please." Truthfully, I wanted to ask many questions. "Why are you here, Miss Gerhilda? How do you have a human form when Miss Rossis didn't? Why did you start moving now? Can you tell me about other exits?" But resting my body was a priority, and I thought asking would definitely lead to trouble, so I decided not to. However, there was one thing I had to ask. May I rest inside this elevator?" "I came here to take a break. Do as you like when the elevator returns. Don't go down." After calmly giving me permission, Miss Gerhilda went back down, and while she was retrieving the discarded shovel and gun, the elevator returned empty. Finally, I could take off my pilot suit. I always wear the pilot suit when operating the ship. Thanks to this habit, even in the heavy rain, everything except my face stayed dry, and I didn't have to worry about catching a cold. However, since I had been digging a hole, I was naturally sweating, and even if I wasn't wet from the rain, I could catch a cold from my own sweat. So before taking off the pilot suit, I activate its drying function. This excellent feature completely evaporates moisture from both inside and outside, and even deodorizes. By the way, under the pilot suit, I wear a jersey for ease of movement and moisture absorption. Come to think of it, they mentioned finding plastic paper documents and memory storage devices underground. Could they have been here? Documents in a room-sized elevator. I feel like I've seen something like an entire office becoming an elevator in some manga or movie. Anyway, I placed the pilot suit on the table, used the portable toilet, lined up chairs to make a bed, and lay down. Probably due to fatigue, I quickly lost consciousness. The next morning, I didn't wake up feeling great. A bed made of lined-up chairs really isn't good. I'm starting to think the ground might be better. First, I drank water from the water server to my satisfaction, checked the excavator's battery, used the portable toilet, put on the pilot suit for safety, loaded necessary tools onto an anti-gravity hover cart, and was about to leave the elevator area, which served as the base camp, to move to the entrance when I noticed a crack in the wall near the entrance. Normally, people wouldn't believe that this space itself was an ancient ruins elevator, right? Thinking this, I lightly tapped the cracked part, and a piece of rock from the wall fell off, revealing something like elevator buttons. They must be using various measuring instruments for investigation. Yet they couldn't see through this level of camouflage. The performance of the disguise soil Miss Gerhilda mentioned must truly be incredible. If this were a protagonist, they would either remember the questions they wanted to ask or succumb to curiosity, ignore Miss Gerhilda's warning, press the elevator button, and plunge into exploring the ancient ruins. I, who call myself a mob character, ignored it and headed towards the excavation site entrance. By the way, I didn't shoot the dirt with my return gun because it probably wouldn't make a hole. And more importantly, if the vibration from the explosion's impact affected the cracks and caused the cave interior to collapse, it would endanger my life. From then on, it was a repeat of yesterday, digging with the excavator for 2 hours, taking a 10-minute break, clearing dirt for 20 minutes, repeating this set 4 times, and finally breaking through to create a hole for escape. It was past 6 p.m. Outside, the rain and wind were still raging. Even from a distance, I could see that my ship was completely destroyed, and even the rest area and simple storage hut were ruined, leaving no means of communication. Of course, all my precious books and anime data cards, except for those in my wrist-mounted terminal, wristcom, had turned to ashes and dust. Although life is irreplaceable, I'll never forgive them for reducing my precious light novels, manga, and anime data cards to charcoal. However, in this state, I can't return to the Ocean City Ocean Palace. I have no choice. I should consult Miss Gerhilda, but that's probably impossible. She told me not to come down, but what does she plan to do about the crack? Unless it's repaired, it will surely be discovered once the investigation begins. Hey, whoa. While I was thinking about this in the rain, Miss Gerhilda suddenly called out from behind me, "You managed to get out, but you're not leaving?" Please don't startle me like that, but this is perfect timing. Do you have a ship, plane, or boat? As you can see, my ship is. After looking at what used to be my ship, Miss Gerhilda thought for a moment and then gave me some welcome words. Well, I think there was a fishing boat in the corner of the hangar. That's it. Can I borrow it? With a boat, I can return to the Ocean City Ocean Palace. It's far better than staying here and being killed by that bastard doctor. I don't mind. More importantly, you know my foolish sister, right? Where is she? She's based in the Pout space sector on the planet Yitz, working as a mercenary like me. She's with her partner. Can you give me a star map? Mine is outdated. Sure. As I was copying the star map from my wristcom, I noticed that the rain had stopped. But I could still see rain in my field of vision. Thinking this, I looked up and saw a streamlined combat craft floating, with silver ground and black lines, and a black bow and arrow mark. Its silhouette resembled Miss Ross's but seemed a size larger. It was hovering in the air without the slightest vibration, even in the storm. I immediately understood that this was Miss Gerhilda's true form. Then, The human form, Miss Gerhilda said. Then I'll abandon this place and go meet my foolish sister. Do your investigation as you please. With an incredible leap, she boarded herself and quickly left the scene. If I could be greedy, I'd have liked her to take me at least as far as Ocean Palace, but it would be too conspicuous. And if people realized she was an ancient weapon with a will of her own, it would cause more than just panic. Moreover, even if I claimed I was just given a ride, the same things that would happen if I rode Miss Rossis would surely occur. The fact that she has a human form would make things even more troublesome, so I felt that Miss Gerhilda leaving me behind and me not asking for a ride were good decisions for both of us. More importantly, I should quickly go look for the boat downstairs and find it. If it's broken, I'll need to repair it. When I went down in the elevator, I found myself in a narrow elevator hall with lights on, a wall to the left, a passageway to the right, and a leather sofa right in front. The hangar beyond the right passageway was quite spacious, large enough to fit the stadium of Ocean Palace. However, there were no ships, work machines, or tools left, and the entrance that Miss Gerhilda presumably used to exit was open, letting in rain and wind. I don't think Miss Gerhilda would lie, so the boat must be somewhere. Thinking this, I looked around carefully and noticed a square hole in the wall with stairs leading up. There was a glass window above, so I headed there and climbed the stairs. It was like a control tower, seemingly able to control everything inside the hangar. At that moment, the entrance that Miss Gerhilda had presumably used began to close. It must have been set to close automatically, as part of the console was lit up. There were many other interesting things, but it's probably best not to touch them. Fortunately, there was something that looked like a layout of the hangar, and although I couldn't read the text, I could figure out where the boat was supposed to be. I immediately went to check on the boat and found that the area was connected to the sea, with 3 boats thankfully present, one of which had an engine. Even though I couldn't read the text, it had a simple system that I could operate. It wasn't broken, and it had quite a bit of fuel, so it seems I can escape somehow. However, in my current state of exhaustion, it would be dangerous, and despite the heavy rain, daytime would be better. Furthermore, just in case, I put the oars from the rowboats onto the motorboat. Then I returned to the elevator hall, used the toilet inside the elevator, and lay down on the leather sofa in the elevator hall. It's definitely much more comfortable than 3 hard chairs put together. The hole digging turned out to be completely useless. Miss Gerhilda wouldn't tell me anything with that attitude, would she? Well, I guess I'll just have to think of it as a diet. Mob number 78, sorry to keep you waiting. Is everyone alright? The next morning, the rain and wind were still fierce. Well, they did say it would rain for 2 to 3 days. Besides, the strong rain and wind are convenient. If I stayed here until the weather cleared, that bastard Dasbrought would come to kill me. I thought about escaping before Dasbrought arrives after the weather clears, but I'd be easily spotted in clear weather. So, I'll depart today while the rain and wind are strong. Moreover, my destination isn't the Ocean City Ocean Palace, but the nearest excavation site. There's bound to be a facility like this one there, so I might be able to relay communications, or perhaps even make landfall. Well then, shall we go? With that, I started the engine of the watercraft boat. Section Side, Floranathes's. It probably took about 2 hours to reach the Ocean City Ocean Palace while being restrained. The strong wind must have made it difficult to stabilize the ship, as it rocked violently several times during the journey. However, with Uzos at the helm, there were only a few minor trembles and not a single major shake. He really is skilled. It makes me want him as my exclusive employee even more, but that's only if we can escape from that bastard Dasbrought. Eventually, we arrived at Ocean Palace and were brought to my assigned area. There, I saw researchers and students being held at gunpoint by Dasbrought's subordinates and being pushed into a storage room. Then, a small man wearing glasses approached us. It seems the transfer of my research materials is complete. Yes, Doctor. We've finished moving all of your research materials with this last batch. This guy bowing and scraping to Dasbrought, his name is Volta. an associate professor at the Imperial University who sucks up to the dean and noble teachers and students while bullying commoner students. He's quite disliked. Those are our research materials, and if the dean finds out about this, you'll surely face consequences." When I protested, Dasbrought grabbed my chin and said, "You'd better not talk so big. You know what could happen to the researchers and students with just one word from me, don't you? The same goes for you." "Of course," he threatened. As I fell silent with a frustrated expression, he said, "That's right. Be a good girl, and I'll treat you well. For now, lock her up in there." "Certainly, sir." He left with a grin on his face. As I was thrown into the storage room, "Professor, teacher, is everyone all right? No injuries?" I was relieved to confirm that the researchers and students were safe. "Everyone here is fine, but all our research materials have been taken," the female student, Benitez, reported with frustration. "By the way, what happened to the pilot?" "I don't know. Even if he's alive, there's no way for him to return from there. More importantly, what about the police here?" I couldn't believe the police weren't taking action after all this. "Actually, there was a big accident on the first level, and personnel were diverted to deal with that. Plus, some of them seemed to be the evil doctor's men, so they wouldn't accept our reports. After that, our general-purpose tools were taken away." Bino angrily pounded the floor and added, "Also, David Trice is missing." She muttered the name of one student at the end. "David Trice is a student at our Imperial University. He's quite handsome, but his flirtatious behavior makes him unpopular. He's probably off trying to pick up girls. It would be great if he could report this to the dean or the external police, but we shouldn't get our hopes up." I couldn't help but sigh. Section sighed. David Trice. "Oh crap, crap. I came back to Professor Thess's research area after failing to pick up girls, only to find that Shorty Namus Volta, Dasbrought's lackey, was using some thugs to move out the professor's research materials. He's probably trying to steal the professor's achievements. Well, it's better not to try and take it back forcefully. They won't handle it roughly since it's important to them too. First, I need to ensure the safety of the professor and my classmates. But before that, I should contact the police." "Hello, Ocean Palace Police Department. Actually, there are some armed individuals in my university professor's research area." "Sorry, we're very busy dealing with an accident on the first level right now. We've already had some student making prank calls earlier. If you keep this up, we'll have no choice but to arrest you, you know." "I see. I apologize for the trouble. This is seriously bad." "Even the police are in on it. The external police might be compromised too. The dean, but I don't know his direct number, and Dasbrought's men might be at the university office. No choice. I'll have to take out Dasbrought's men quietly and make contact with the professor. First, I need a weapon. I remember there were spare electromagnetic batons in the security room. If I recall correctly, there should be a young guard, a middle-aged one, and an old man. Preferably the old man. No, the young one might be slacking off, so that might be better." While I was thinking this, I was lucky to find no security personnel around. Thanks to that, I managed to get not only an electromagnetic baton but also a tranquilizer gun for riot control. Now for the main event. I approached the storage room where the professor and everyone else were being held. "Only 2 guards? If that's the case, I'll put one to sleep with the tranquilizer, and while the other one's attention is diverted, I'll rush him with the electromagnetic baton." "Huh? What's wrong?" After successfully neutralizing them, I borrowed the key to the storage room and opened the door. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Is everyone all right?" "Trice," everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Where have you been?" "What about the guards outside?" I took them down. They're lying outside now." "We should restrain them." Following my instructions, which I gave while Bino was choking me by the collar, my classmates and the researchers restrained the thugs outside and locked them in the storage room along with their weapons. But why does Bino always pick on me? I don't get it. Suddenly, the professor approached me and demanded, "Trice, lend me your phone." I handed it over without thinking. Section Side, Imperial University Dean's Office. Audio only. Dean Campbell, this is Florina Thess. "Oh, Professor Thesses, how's the excavation going? There's something more important. Actually, Dr. Desbrourt has stolen my excavation findings and research results. And he's planning to kill the pilot we hired. The local police seem to be involved and won't take action. I see. All right. Leave contacting the police to me. If possible, try to gather evidence. We'll make sure to expel Dr. Desbrourt, or rather, Viscount Desbrourt. Thank you very much. Click. Was that all right? Yes. Please make sure to report this and prepare for his expulsion. But aren't you here to manipulate me conveniently at times like this? Don't worry about it. I have a grudge too, against my father. He's always been good at making enemies since he was young, but to think he'd even turn his own son against him. He brought it upon himself. Section 3 hours after departing from Professor Thesses's excavation site, I somehow managed to reach the island with the nearest excavation site. Unfortunately, there are only cliffs, so I can't reach the cabin up there, but I might be able to make contact through their communication device. Or so I thought, but it didn't work. It seems either the distance is too great or it's locked, as I couldn't connect. Times like these make you appreciate the value of relay stations. Even if communication is impossible, I should be able to make my way to Ocean Palace while hiding from that bastard Desbrourt. The problem is praying that I won't be found by Desbrourt's men before I reach Ocean Palace. I'll take a short rest while praying, and then set off. Mob number 79. In that case, there's no problem. The discoverer is Professor Thesses. I've asked him to promise that my name won't be mentioned at all. It took nearly 72 hours to return to the Ocean City Ocean Palace, passing through 12 excavation sites after leaving Professor Thesses's dig site. It was tough not being able to ask for help, not knowing who might be Dr. Desbrourt's henchman. There was no food, but for water, I managed with rainwater collected in buckets left on this fishing boat. When landing, I moored the boat at the fishing boat dock in Ocean Palace. Since it was early morning, I quickly left the scene while chatting as if I had been night fishing and lost my rod to a big catch. I wanted to buy new clothes, return to the hotel for a bath, and have my first meal in 4 days. But I was worried about Professor Thesses and unsure where Dr. Desbrourt's henchman might be. So, I went to Professor Thesses's research area and found several people storing excavation items in preservation boxes. Professor Thesses seemed to be directing the operation. "Excuse me, I've just returned." I called out to the professor. "Yuzos, you're alive. Thank goodness." She almost hugged me, but I refused, saying, "I'm quite dirty right now, so it's better not to touch me." I refused her approach with all my might. More than being dirty, I feared being killed by that female student if I was hugged. "I'm sorry for not being able to contact you and missing work for several days." I apologized to Professor Thesses for the delay in the assigned work. Although it was beyond my control, abandoning work could lead to complaints and breach of contract with some clients. "You're not at fault this time. The cause lies with me." It seemed I wouldn't face any penalties, which was a relief. Then, as if someone had reported it, the police arrived and asked for identification. Apparently, they had been searching for me since yesterday, focusing on Professor Thesses's excavation site and surrounding areas. They wanted to hear my story, essentially asking for a statement. So, I first asked them to tell me in detail what had happened while I was away. They agreed, and we moved to an empty storage room with folding chairs to talk, including Professor Thesses. After being separated from me, Professor Thesses returned to Ocean Palace to find that students and researchers had indeed been taken hostage, all research results stolen, and everyone confined in a storage room. Moreover, there were collaborators within the police, making escape impossible. Then David Trice, a student who happened to be out flirting, appeared and helped rescue the professor and others, dealt with the thugs, arrested the police collaborators, and gathered evidence of the doctor's crimes. Thanks to this, Dr. Desbrourt was arrested and even expelled from the university. Of course, Dr. Desbrourt claimed innocence, but various other misdeeds were discovered. Furthermore, many past victims came forward to file complaints. Although some complaints were invalid due to the passage of time, the act of filing was important. The misdeeds wouldn't disappear. After all, the clincher was that his son exposed all of his father's wrongdoings and was the one who encouraged victims to speak up. When Dr. Desbrourt learned this, he was furious but was easily outmaneuvered by his son. Since there's no functioning court in this ocean city, he's currently awaiting transport to the imperial capital for detailed investigation and trial. Regarding my boat, Professor Thes's, the university, and Dr. Desbrourt's son would each cover 1/3 of the cost. Insurance would also pay out, which is fortunate. The question is whether the same boat can be found. Then they asked about what I had been doing. After explaining why I had to stay at the excavation site, I told them I left because I might have been killed by Dr. Desbrourt and his henchmen if I had stayed. This is the communication from that time, I said, showing them a memory device with recorded data of the excavation site communications. The police officer thanked me and offered a handshake. I omitted meeting Gahilda and reported discovering an ancient civilization ruin and returning with a boat found there. I made them promise to credit Professor Thess as the discoverer and never mention my name. After this conversation, Professor Thess asked about the boat's location and quickly left. The police told me I was free to go, so I bought new clothes at a shop in the second layer, enjoyed my first bath in about 4 days at a public bathhouse, had my first meal in about 4 days, and then returned to the hotel. As soon as I lay down on the bed, I drifted off to sleep. When I woke up, it was morning. I hurried to Professor Thess's research area to find the professor, researchers, and students engrossed in examining the boat I had arrived in, using various instruments for inspection and observation. It felt risky to interrupt researchers in this state, but I had to speak up. "Good morning." Everyone turned to me and exclaimed, "We've been waiting for you, Yuzos. Let's hurry to the excavation site." They immediately began boarding the cargo ship. "Why yes," I responded, overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, which rivaled or even surpassed that of a comic bazaar. Apparently, they had suspected the rest area I used as a base camp from the start. Given its unusual shape and the discovery of documents, they had also been carefully digging around the hole, suspecting there might be something underneath. When I activated the elevator and took Professor Thess and the others to the underground facility, they were overjoyed. Feeling I shouldn't intrude further, I showed them where the boat was and returned to the surface. On the surface, they were removing the wreckage of my ship and hut and constructing temporary shelters. With cargo ships constantly docking and limited space, I decided to salvage what I could from my ship's remains and leave. While I was doing this, the bespectacled elite-looking female student who was supervising the surface operations approached me. "Excuse me, can I have a moment?" "Yes. What is it?" Her expression turned intense as she said, "I'll let your failure to protect the professor's lies because you discovered this ancient ruin. However, Professor Thess is the one who discovered this ancient ruin, not you. Don't speak about unnecessary things, okay?" Her words were polite, but her tone was clearly threatening. I was glad I had rejected the professor's hug earlier. If I had been hugged, she would have surely killed me. "There's no problem with that. Professor Thess is the discoverer. I've asked her to promise that my name won't be mentioned at all." "I see. That's good then," she said, looking slightly surprised but seemingly satisfied with my answer. She returned to the shelter construction site without saying anything more. It's best to avoid getting involved with people like her. More importantly, I need to hurry back and look for a new ship. By the way, nothing usable remained from my old ship. Mob number 80. A defense-focused general-purpose combat ship? That's quite challenging. We haven't dealt with those much lately. After returning to the Ocean City Ocean Palace, I immediately went to the repair shop. I thought they might know of or have a ship that meets my requirements. A defense-focused general-purpose combat ship? That's quite challenging. We haven't dealt with those much lately. These days, it's all about speed and firepower, you know. The repair shop's boss and his apprentice-like assistant started pondering over my request. "What kind of ship were you using before?" It was a Slits, from my office corporation. Although I had made considerable modifications and parts replacements, the base was a fairly old general-purpose combat ship. That's the one that completely stopped production quite a while ago. Even the repair parts and engines have been completely phased out recently, right? That's right. Do you have anything similar? I think there was something close to it in last month's catalog. Really? The boss brought over a large terminal notebook PC displaying a catalog with holographic 3D images of various combat ships and their performance specifications. The one that meets your conditions is probably the Nautigram from Iophis Corporation. Looks like the successor to the Slits. Wait, there are only 7 types of defense-focused ships, including this one. General-purpose ships are now focused on speed and firepower. These tough and heavy ones remain mainly for some escort purposes. The catalog had over 50 to 200 types each for fully balanced, firepower-focused, speed-focused, and special gimmick types, but there were very few of the defense-focused general-purpose ships I wanted. To be honest, having 7 types is better than nothing. Among them, their Nautigram from Iophis Corporation is the successor to the Slits I used as a base. Its appearance is almost unchanged, but it has a slightly larger interior and overall improved performance compared to the Slits. The price seems manageable with just the compensation money I received, but there's an important issue. You don't have it here, right? Unless the city starts functioning officially, we won't. It's just an academic research base now. You might find it in the imperial capital Hein or on a government-designated planet. Otherwise, you'd have to order it directly from the manufacturer. That shouldn't be a problem then. The planet Yitz, where I'm based, is a government-designated planet. After thanking the boss and his apprentice and leaving the shop, I remembered I hadn't reported about the recent incident. I immediately called Uncle Rones. Hello? Hello. It's Yuzos. Hey. What's up? Did you make a mistake or something? Actually, I told him everything that had happened. I see. That was quite an ordeal. But from what I hear, if they're not holding you responsible, that's fine. You're not actually responsible anyway. Make sure you get that compensation money. It's very reassuring and helpful when he says that, but at the same time, I can't help but imagine something unpleasant. I just hope that unreasonable reward-snatching pink-haired person doesn't show up again. Is there someone like that around? There's someone who might become like that. I'm reminded of that female student who warned me. Well, you know, your job will be over soon, so the best thing to do is to leave as soon as it's done. Oh, I've got work to do here. Take care then. With that, Uncle Rones hung up. Well, if worst comes to worst, I'll consult with the professor. That evening, I went to pick up the professor and the others again, and that was the end of the day's work. By the way, at the time of the incident, there were about 7 days left in the contract period. Then came 4 days of solo survival. When I returned to Ocean Palace, I immediately fell into a deep sleep. Including today, when I resumed work, there are only 2 days left, meaning the contract expires tomorrow. I was going to ask the professor if we could extend it by about 4 days to make up for the time I wasn't working, but since their regular pilot has returned, this will undoubtedly be the end of my role. Incidentally, the regular pilot is quite handsome and was the professor's senior in college. That female student, instead of snapping at him, looks at him with sparkling eyes. I know it's not the regular pilot's fault, but please forgive me for feeling a bit resentful. And the next day, after the final job was done, Professor Tez once again apologized and thanked me for getting caught up in the incident. Then I received the compensation money from the professor, the university, and the doctor's son, thankfully, a considerable amount, 9 million credits, as digital money data. By the way, I plan to receive the actual job payment and insurance money at the guild. I wanted to leave this planet immediately, but there are no direct flights from here to planet Yitz, so I need to make several transfers. However, there are no more flights today, so my departure is set for tomorrow morning. Since it was the last day, I was invited to a drinking party, but of course, I declined. I wouldn't be able to join in the conversation, and more than anything, I'm terrified of that female student, but I'm grateful that she didn't call or show up at the hotel demanding I return the compensation money. Really, the next morning, after seeing off the professor and the others heading to the excavation site, I took the orbital elevator to the spaceport without incident. I was able to return to planet Yitz by noon the following day. The first thing to do upon returning to my home base is to buy groceries. I had emptied the refrigerator thinking I'd only be gone for a month, so there's no food. After finishing shopping and returning to my room, I clean up, take a bath, and have dinner while watching anime. After spending a relaxed evening like that, the next day I went to the Mercenary Guild. The guild seemed as noisy as ever, and I didn't feel like there was any special event going on. It seems Ms. Gerhilda hasn't shown up, which made me breathe a sigh of relief. As I headed to Uncle Roan's place as usual, "Hey, that was tough, wasn't it?" he called out to me cheerfully. "It was tough because of the job you introduced, you know." "Don't say that. How could I have predicted something like that would happen?" "Well, that's true. I'm complaining, but I'm not really serious about it." Unexpected situations can occur in any job, and when they do, it's the responsibility of the person who accepted the request. Uncle Rones understands this too, so without worrying about it too much, he started talking about work. "First, here's your regular payment, and then the compensation money. It's quite a sum, isn't it? The regular payment for 1 month is 500,000. Including the compensation, the total comes to 12 million credits. Coincidentally, it's almost the same amount as the job that led me to take this one. So I can't help but look around, but of course, there's no sign of the pink-haired person. So I received the payment and insurance money as digital money data with peace of mind. With the financial aspect sorted out, there's still one concern remaining. The problem now is getting a replacement ship. I found a good one in the catalog, but I'm not sure if the dealerships carry it. While Yitz is a government-designated planet, it's uncertain whether manufacturers stock unpopular items. "Well, that's a matter of luck. Why don't you take a break and look around leisurely?" He seems to feel sorry for me after what happened this time, but I don't want to rest too much and get lazy, so I'm planning to just buy the books and anime data cards I lost this time. If there was a Doujinshi convention coming up, I'd take a long break though. Extra Story 1, Special Edition 1. My rookie days, I was absent-mindedly gazing out the window of the second-floor office at the maintenance factory on the grounds of my family's company, Shusat Corporation. My combat ship, a Golem, was undergoing an overhaul. It's been nearly 4 years since I started working as a mercenary, and I've had this overhaul done many times. Among the work being done, my eyes were drawn to the repainting of the leopard emblem, which has become my nickname. Seeing this reminded me of how I started using the leopard emblem in the first place. Since I was young, I always felt like people only saw me as the Viscount Shusat's daughter or the young lady of the shipbuilding company Shusat Corporation. Of course, I love and respect my father, who is an Imperial Viscount and runs a shipbuilding company. Still, I wasn't satisfied with being seen only for the brand, and it frustrated me. Around that time, I remember watching a movie or something where 2 female protagonists were active as mercenaries and were evaluated solely on their abilities. As a child, I was deeply impressed. Inspired by this, I started training my body, learning self-defense, and studying spacecraft operation. By the time I graduated from middle school, I had become skilled enough to win junior championships in martial arts and combat ship simulation competitions. Even so, those around me still only saw me as the young lady of Viscount Shusat, who runs a shipbuilding company. So I persuaded my parents and decided to work as a mercenary at the planet Yitz branch, which is somewhat far from my home planet of Ivkoses, almost as soon as I entered high school. If I did it locally, people might immediately find out about my family. Besides, in the mercenary world, it's undoubtedly a meritocracy, so they wouldn't see me just for my brand. Of course, I knew it was life-threatening, but I thought that without such risk, it wouldn't be a true evaluation of myself. Although I was starting mercenary work, I planned to attend high school. So I decided to take on time-consuming requests during long breaks and handle shorter requests after school and on weekends. However, to accept mercenary jobs, I needed a combat ship. I had planned to buy a used combat ship with the money I had saved, But one of my father's conditions for allowing me to become a mercenary was to use our company's products and have Sherry accompany you with the mothership. So I had no choice but to use them. I felt a bit conflicted about using my family's products after complaining so much about not wanting to be seen for my brand, but it was a condition for becoming a mercenary, so I had no choice. I was really happy that Sherry would be coming with me, though. So, I acquired the Shursat Corporation's small combat ship CO-9, a Harem, and the medium combat transport ship, Alacumo, both necessary for mercenary work. Looking back now, I think my parents were very understanding to allow their child's stubborn wish. I have nothing but gratitude for my father and mother who trusted me and supported me. My first step as a mercenary was relatively peaceful. After enrolling as the top student at Ivkosi's Starageabilis Academy High School, I registered with the Mercenary Guild on the first Friday. That same day, I chose a low-risk pirate subjugation job from the request board and took it to the reception. Then, "Sorry, but I'm too busy to deal with kids. Can you go somewhere else?" The receptionist, who was clearly not busy at all, said this to me, annoyed by her attitude. "I see. I'm sorry to interrupt while you're applying special resin to your face, Mom," I retorted. Looking back on this now, I feel embarrassed at how cheeky I was as a rookie. Ignoring the receptionist's shrill complaints, I approached a male receptionist standing a short distance away, who responded to me properly. "I apologize for my colleague's rudeness earlier. I'll have a word with her later. Now, is this the job request you'd like to take?" "Yes. Thank you very much." The target of my first job was a female pirate duo called the Calico Cat Sisters, whose ship apparently had a calico design as its emblem. Right after classes ended, I boarded their Alacumo, my mothership disguised as a cargo ship with Sherry's help, and decided to patrol the area where they were likely to appear. Of course, to look like we were transporting cargo, we researched the routes often used by. Nothing happened on the first day of patrolling. The next day, after refueling at the guild, we patrolled again. Then, in the early afternoon, they took the bait. The enemy consisted of what looked like one cargo ship and two combat ships. All of the ships had the calico emblem design. When they hailed us, I answered the communication with just my face showing to avoid revealing that I was preparing for combat. "Stop right there, cargo ship in front of us. If you don't stop, we'll shoot you down." On the screen, two women wearing masks with cat ears appeared, demanding our surrender. The two seemed slightly older than me, and their attire matched their cat-eared masks. They wore tight-fitting pilot suits with spotted patterns. "Are you the pirate Calico Cat Sisters?" "Yes, we are. If you're scared, stop immediately. You can't escape from us." I thought they might speak with Nyan at the end of their sentences since they're called Calico Cat, but that wasn't the case. Also, it was helpful that they were underestimating us. "All right, I'll stop properly." As soon as Alacumo stopped and its hatch opened, I pushed the throttle to full power and headed straight for their cargo ship, destroying all of its thrusters. It worked out well that they had stopped their engines, thinking we had surrendered. "How dare you trick us? We won't forgive you. It's common sense to block the escape route," one of the Calico Cats complained to me, but it's too late for that when they've been pirates. "Mesho, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Big Sis Milk. I can fix the thrusters quickly." It seems one of the sisters was on the cargo ship, revealing that they were actually a trio. "You'll pay for this." "We'll definitely shoot you down." Of course, they attacked me. For me, who had experienced 1 versus 2 situations many times in simulations, and even 1 against 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 4, their Calico Cat trio unfortunately didn't pose much of a challenge. After capturing them and bringing them aboard the Alacumo, we waited for the police to arrive. Suddenly, one of the sisters tried to attack me. However, with her arms restrained, I was able to easily subdue her. Damn it, I can't believe I lost so easily. It seemed to be the second sister who had attacked, and she was frustratedly pounding the floor. I'm an animal lover, so I'm good at handling mischievous cats. At my not-so-clever taunt, the 3 sisters glared at me resentfully. Then, the second sister who had just been subdued asked, "What's your name?" When I answered, Fiolkashasat. No, I mean your alias or nickname. So I replied, I just debuted, so I don't have an alias yet. To which she responded, then become famous enough to get an alias. Famous enough that we can brag in the future. We were once captured by the famous Mercenary ! Whatever, and so, the three sisters were safely handed over to the police, and their ships were bought by a guild-designated specialist section. When I returned to the Mercenary Guild to report the completion of the request, the male receptionist from before wasn't there. So, I had no choice but to approach a nearby receptionist with green hair in a side ponytail. Unlike the heavily made-up woman who first approached me, this person responded properly. Congratulations on completing your first request. The payment for the aircraft has been sent from the buyer, so I'll pay you everything together. Would you prefer cash or information data money? Information data money, please. The reward totaled 5.4 million credits. 900,000 credits for the Calico Sisters, 2 million credits for 2 combat ships, and 2.5 million credits for the cargo ship. I realized this was quite a high reward for a first job. That evening, my mother rarely prepared an extravagant dinner, putting in extra effort. While I was feeling happy and full, Sherry pointed out that I hadn't started my homework yet, so I hurriedly began working on it. I should have done it while luring out their Calico Sisters, but I had completely forgotten due to nervousness and excitement. However, it was simple homework, so I finished it in about an hour. While in the bath, I remembered what one of the Calico Sisters had said to me earlier that day. Indeed, for mercenaries, having a nickname is something to aspire to. Although it's permitted to use one from the bishop rank, nicknames are usually something that others naturally start calling you. There's nothing more embarrassing than calling yourself by a grand nickname without having the skills to back it up. Still, I didn't want to be given a bad one either. The safest option would be to put a favorite emblem on the combat ship. This way, I could somewhat guide others towards a nickname I prefer. So, I thought long and hard about what would be good, but I ended up overheating in the bath. As a result, getting scolded thoroughly by my mother and Sherry for that was quite a blunder. On Monday morning at the start of the week, in my seat in classroom 1D of Stellar Bliss Academy High School, I was pondering what emblem to put on my combat ship. Good morning, you seem troubled. Did something happen? The one who called out to me was Maker, the Countess's daughter who once tried to take Sherry away from me. Hey, can you think of any cute and cool animals? Before overheating in the bath, I had been considering drawing an animal emblem on the combat ship. That way, when my skills are recognized, I should get a nickname based on that animal, right? Thinking about it that way, I couldn't decide which animal to choose. How about a feline, like a leopard or a cheetah? Yeah, those are cute and cool. Well, in your case, it would be a tiger. Who are you calling a tiger? Although we were on bad terms when she tried to take Sherry away, now we're on good enough terms to banter like this. If you're so concerned, why don't you go to the zoo and see the real ones? Convinced by Maker's words, I decided to visit the zoo on Planet of Gozes after school. I heard they recently had baby bears, elephants, and leopards born at that zoo. After school, I contacted Sherry to bring the air car around, and with a smile on my face from the animal information I had gathered during break time, I headed to the zoo still in my uniform. For some reason, Maker, the Countess's daughter, was also in the air car. Hey Maker, why are you in my air car? I wanted to go too. I also want to see the baby bears, elephants, and leopards. Once this girl makes up her mind, it's not easy to dissuade her, so I had no choice but to take her along. Moreover, since her family is of higher nobility than us Shasat Viscounts, it would be disadvantageous for me if she claimed she was kidnapped. It's been a while, Maker-sama. It has been a while, Sherry. Since last summer, perhaps? Yes, about that long. If you ever get tired of this woman, you're always welcome at our place. I'll keep that in mind. By the way, it seems Maker still hasn't completely given up on Sherry, as she tries to recruit her every time we meet. At least it's better than when we were children, as she no longer tries to take Sherry away using her parents' authority. When we arrived, despite it being a weekday evening, There were quite a few visitors aiming to see the baby bears, elephants, and leopards. Of course, we also headed to each booth on the park's moving platform. The aforementioned babies were adorable. The bear was stuffed animal-sized. The elephant was already following its mother around despite being newborn, and we were lucky enough to hold the leopard cub, which was completely cat-like and truly cute. We looked at various other animals too, and at the petting zoo. I was very satisfied to touch a shoebill stork that was there for some reason. Afterwards, we headed to the souvenir booth and bought several plush toys and hologram cards. Then, in the air car on the way back, I've decided this one will be my emblem. While hugging the leopard cub plush toy I bought as a souvenir, I decided on the emblem for my ship. I had worried about it a lot, but it feels like these things are better decided on the spur of the moment. Come to think of it, what you were worried about this morning, was it about the emblem for your combat ship? Mako asked about this morning's events while hugging her bear plush toy. That's right. It's better to have both cuteness and coolness together, don't you think? Well, that's just like you. Mako sighed as if exasperated. Actually, she had helped convince my parents to let me become a mercenary. I see. Then how about trying this on? Saying that, Sherry took something out of her bag and placed it on my head. It was a leopard ear headband. This was being sold at the souvenir booth, wasn't it? Hey, when did you buy this? I thought it would suit you, young miss, so I bought it. Now you look like parent and child. That's cute. You're like a leopard woman, a real leopard woman. Mako was giggling as she pointed her multi-purpose terminal tool at me. And for Mako-sama, we have bear ears. Taking advantage of the moment, Sherry placed a headband with bear ears on Mako's head. That's cute too, bear woman. I pointed my multi-purpose terminal tool at Mako in return. I remember well how we continued to play around like this in the car on the way home. Come to think of it, I feel like Sherry started teasing me more often after that time. Of course, she wouldn't do it if I truly disliked it, but if not, she would sometimes push it. Young miss, the overhaul is complete. As I was reminiscing about the past, one of the female workers came to the office to report the completion of the overhaul. Thank you. Did you change anything? Just replaced some worn-out parts. Then, after refueling and reloading ammunition, please load it onto the Alakumo. Understood. As that worker was leaving, Sherry entered the office. Those people have become quite mellow, haven't they? Indeed. Actually, that female worker was Mesho, the youngest of the Calico sisters. I caught on my first job there. Calico sisters received a sentence of 3 years in prison due to the small amount of damage they caused, the fact that they hadn't committed any murders, and some extenuating circumstances regarding their reasons for becoming pirates. By the way, the reason they became pirates was to repay the debt their parents had left behind when they died in an accident. They had skills in piloting combat ships and repairing machinery, and they had inherited a cargo ship and combat ship for escort. They thought becoming pirates was better than taking suspicious service industry jobs. After serving their sentences properly, they were employed by Shusat Corporation because my father was involved in rehabilitation support activities. Currently, the youngest sister Mesho works as a mechanic, the second sister Shiel as a security guard, and the eldest sister Milk in the accounting department. When they saw the emblem on my combat ship, they asked, "Did you copy us?" Which admittedly annoyed me a bit. By the way, that leopard cub from back then was named Claire through a public poll, and last year she became a mother herself, giving birth to cubs. Extra Story 2, Special Edition 2, Admiration. Planet Race has various sponsor companies that invest in different ways, both in the overall race and in individual teams. As a reward, members of the Planet Race industry and teams are sometimes used as image characters for these companies' commercials and posters. I've been chosen a few times in the past, and this time, Sulfide Gospel, a comprehensive beauty products manufacturer selling cosmetics, skincare, and hair care products, was launching a beauty support project for women. This project would include beauty salons, boutiques, and sports gyms, integrating various technologies. They chose about 20 female Planet Racers, including me and Aero, as image characters for their commercials and posters. The shoot was scheduled to take a whole day. They wanted to capture our usual selves first, so a mock race was to be held on the planet Raid, only about 85.46 million kilometers away from the capital, the closest planet. Each team would have their own filming crew to capture the race. Planet Raid, the venue for the mock race, has a hard rocky surface with no seas. Its red surface, rich in iron oxide rust, spans across the planet with a radius of about 20,000 kilometers. The planet has extreme differences between its rugged and flat areas, making it a basic course for planet racing. New racers usually start here. The atmosphere is mostly methane gas, unfortunately unsuitable for habitation. We were now heading to the changing room inside the floating board base platform, hovering 10,000 kilometers above Raid's surface. I'm so excited. What are you excited about? You know, Schooner, Sulfide Gospel, is a super famous cosmetics brand that offers everything from luxury to affordable cosmetics, skincare, hair care, and nail care. They've even recently developed medical drugs and supplements. They're said to have everything related to women's beauty. Getting a job from them is nothing but lucky. Aero was walking in front of me, her eyes sparkling. Yes, I get it. Let's hurry and change so we can get to the pit garage. Okay. As we arrived at the changing room and started putting on our pilot suits, Aero and I sensed a tense atmosphere. It felt just like a real race. We quickly changed and headed to our pit garage. Even though it's a mock race and our usual battles are prohibited, everyone seems pretty fired up. We must look odd being so relaxed. From the time we gathered before the shoot and listened to the Sulfide Gospel PR person, everyone except Aero and I was on edge. Even though it's a mock race, no one wants to lose. By the way, our conversation is being filmed by a floating, round camera droid about 10 centimeters in diameter. Apparently, it's to avoid humans entering the pit garage, which might be obstructive or make us nervous. I guess someone's watching this footage somewhere else. Probably. Then Aero grabbed the camera droid and pressed it against my chest. I wonder if this counts as treasure footage, and pressed it against my chest. Whoa. What are you doing? I instinctively grabbed Aero's arm and the camera droid, pulled them off, and threw the droid towards Aero. Aero dodged the thrown droid, and you too. It's almost time for the race. So get ready. Eek. It hit the chest of a young female manager who happened to come by. Of course, the manager got angry at us, and we went to apologize to the filming crew with the motionless camera droid. It turned out the droid had just stopped due to its safety function. Instead, they thanked us for the great footage. Incidentally, this incident seemed to relieve the tension, and in the mock race, I finished first and Aero second, achieving a 1-2 finish. Right after the mock race, we moved to the capital planet Hine, where Sulfide Gospel's headquarters is located. Upon arriving at Hine, we had lunch in the multi-purpose hall inside Sulfide Gospel's headquarters. Today, we're also holding a tasting session for diet and low-calorie foods developed for our new sports gym business. As motorsport athletes, I'm sure you all have your own diet and low-calorie foods. We'd be grateful if our products could join your repertoire. It's a buffet-style meal, so please help yourselves. And if you have any opinions, please don't hesitate to share them. After the PR person's explanation, everyone went to get the dishes they were interested in and sat at their preferred tables to eat. Usually, these things don't taste great, but this is delicious. I chose a white stew with chunky vegetables, a roll, grilled sausage, and a green salad. Can't believe they have meatloaf as diet food. Aero brought a large serving of meatloaf with demi-glace sauce, an egg sandwich, and corn potage. Since it was daytime, there was no alcohol. The commoners seemed to be having quite a bit of fun. The one who spoke to us in a snarky tone while we were enjoying our meal was Prislizel Aralaus Falina, the ace of Team Violet Dragon, and a countess. Hello, Falina-san. The race earlier was quite intense, wasn't it? I greeted her with a forced smile, mixing in a bit of payback. Well, it was just a mock race after all. The real thing won't go like this. Oh, mind if I sit here? For some reason, Falina-san sat right next to me, You're as unnecessarily haughty as ever. You drill less Oju-sama. There's no law saying Oju-samas must have drill hair. Eh? But Oju-samas are supposed to have drill hair. When Ero provoked Falina-san, she fired back heatedly. These two always seem to be at odds, but strangely, they also appear to get along well. But it can't be helped. Prit-chan doesn't look good with either drill or side-swept hair. Lylin-san, whose side are you on? And what's side-swept hair? The one who appeared behind Falina-san was Lylin Fretline, her teammate. Despite her bright and frank attitude, she's known for her solid racing style. Now, don't worry about it. Come on, let's eat. Fretline-san also sat down and started eating. I usually leave it to first-class chefs and nutritionists, so it's interesting to have this kind of meal occasionally. I'm surprised that Sulfide Gospel is so well versed in this field, not just in cosmetics and skincare products. Falina-san, who said this, was eating immerse, fried shrimp, and potato salad. As for Fretline-san, she had a chocolate cake, pudding, fruit jelly, cookies, pear tart, yogurt mousse, ice cream, and cola, a dessert feast. She was eating with great relish, but Ero, Falina-san, and I were slightly taken aback. After lunch, the next shoot took place in Sulfide Gospel's headquarters building, in their direct store spanning the first and second floors with an open ceiling. We were to browse and shop for cosmetics, skincare, and hair care products while being filmed by several camera droids. Apparently, the third, fourth, and fifth floors, which were previously offices, had been renovated for this project into dedicated photo studios, boutiques, beauty salons, hair salons, nail salons, and a sports gym. The 6th to the top 30th floors remained offices, and they had built new warehouses and parking lots in the basement. We have the headquarters direct store all to ourselves? This is so exciting. Ero was getting excited again, looking around curiously. Well, there are no other customers besides us 20 people. Indeed, this is probably the first time anyone other than the current emperor has had this place to themselves. It's not like Prit-chan rented it out herself, you know. For some reason, Falina-san and Fretline-san were moving around with us. I always use this place. But it's your first time, isn't it? Falina-san was trying to one-up us for some reason, but honestly, with our income as planet racers, we could afford most things here, and I could afford even more with my race prize money. That said, some items are insanely expensive, and it's not wrong to be taken aback by them. Thinking about this, I happened to look at the price of a beauty serum in one of the 30 bottles displayed in a showcase. It was marked at 350,000 credits. I couldn't help but think about how many Stardust burgers I could buy with that money, like I used to in my student days. I realized that even if you have money, feeling intimidated by such things shows the difference in upbringing. But everyone's just wandering around and looking at things. Can they really make a commercial like this? Confused by the seemingly uncommercial-like situation, Ero started poking at the floating camera droids around us. Of course, the purpose is to film everyone shopping naturally and show it to other customers to stimulate their desire to buy, said the woman who approached us. She was wearing a well-tailored brand-name suit and had long emerald green hair tied in a single ponytail. She looked about the same age as us. Nice to meet you. I'm Eliana Arnold, CEO of Sulfide Gospel. Her introduction surprised not only the four of us but also everyone around us. We had thought she was just from the PR department, but she turned out to be the CEO herself. While everyone was frozen in shock, Falina was the first to recover. Thank you for your kindness. I'm Priscilla Sellaralaus Falina. I never imagined such a young person would be an executive. It's not unheard of for a young person to be at the top of a major corporation like Sulfide Gospel. I was about to convince myself that she had taken over from her predecessor as their child when she dropped a bombshell. Oh no, believe it or not, I have a son about your age. Eh? We all exclaimed in unison. The young CEO standing before us had just dropped an incredible revelation. She looked no older than us, yet she had a son our age. Hearing our surprised exclamations, the other racers, team managers, attendants, and even the filming crew all turned their attention to CEO Arnold. Only the Sylphid Gospel employees seemed unfazed. Did you have to undergo some kind of full-body prosthetic surgery or something? Fretline asked, voicing what everyone wanted to know. If she had a full-body prosthetic, her youthful appearance would be perfectly understandable. No. This is my natural body. It's all thanks to our company's skincare products. The CEO answered with a chuckle, revealing a fact that was, in a way, something we didn't want to hear. Upon hearing this, all the women present except for the CEO, her employees, and us rushed to the skincare products section, forgetting about the filming. Maybe it would be better if you appeared in the commercial instead of us, Madam CEO. The three of us, including myself, nodded in agreement. I ended up buying some skincare products too without thinking, though I didn't go for the 350,000 credit one. After that, we headed to the floor with the beauty salon for our spa experience. The poster photoshoot in costume would begin right after the spa session ended. To be honest, this was my first time at a spa, so I was incredibly nervous. Above all, being naked with just a bathrobe was really embarrassing. Come on. There are only women in this area, and no camera droids, so it's fine, Aero said, seemingly used to this kind of thing, but I still couldn't help feeling embarrassed. It's different from Dr. Webless's massage, right? Well, that old lady doctor's massage is effective, but don't compare it to this. As we were talking, it was finally my turn. Being laid on the treatment table and massaged with various oils and creams was a first for me. But it relieved my fatigue and body stiffness, made my skin glow, and felt really good overall. After that, we moved straight to the individual poster photoshoot. For some reason, the first outfit I was given was a complete men's suit. Of course, I questioned this. I could understand a pantsuit, but why a men's suit? Well, we couldn't get the women's pantsuit ready in time, so. But of course, we have proper ladies' outfits prepared too. The stylist explained, avoiding eye contact, which made me feel like it was clearly a lie. As I was being photographed, female staff from other teams, managers, attendants, Sylphid Gospel staff, and even the female filming crew members were all staring at me intently. Falina was even frantically taking pictures with her own device. Well, I had expected this to happen. After taking several shots in that outfit, another stylist approached me. Ms. Noswile, is there any fashion or hairstyle you'd like to try? She showed me a catalog of various outfits and hairstyles on her tablet. Well, I've always had short hair, so maybe I'd like to try long hair. I had long hair until around early elementary school, but since then, I've always kept it short because people said it suited me. So I've always had a bit of a longing for long hair. In that case, there's something we'd really like you to try, the stylist said confidently, leading me to a place that looked like a hospital treatment room at the back of the beauty salon. This way, please. A woman in a white coat gestured for me to sit in a chair similar to those found in hair salons. Nearby was a sink-like structure with a console and monitor for washing hair, and next to it was a transparent polyethylene tank filled with a milky white liquid. This is the latest hair extension technology developed by Sylphid Gospel, called Goddess Miracle, the stylist exclaimed excitedly, proudly showing off the tank of milky white liquid. However, it didn't look like anything related to hair volumizing at all. Seeing is believing. Let's try it right away, she said, while making me sit in the salon-like chair as prompted by the woman in the white coat. The backrest reclined until it was horizontal, putting me in a position to wash my hair face up. Now, we'll begin the treatment, the woman in the white coat said, applying the milky white liquid only to the part of my head with hair, submerging the back of my head in the liquid. Please don't move for about 5 minutes. I'm going to send a signal now. As the woman in the white coat began to concentrate on the console, I remained still as instructed. When the alarm sounded, the woman in the white coat and the stylist came over and said, please raise up and take a look. As I sat up, my head felt heavy. The stylist held up a mirror for me to check my appearance, and I saw that my previously short hair had grown into long hair reaching just above my waist. While I was confused about what had happened, they explained, This milky white liquid we developed, called Goddess Miracle, contains cell-type nanomachines that attach to your hair and grow from the tips, becoming identical to your original hair. The length and color can be freely adjusted through the console settings. In the future, we're researching ways to grow hair from follicles and skin where hair has fallen out due to male pattern baldness or medication side effects. I touched my newly lengthened hair, feeling impressed despite myself. When I returned to the studio, everyone was incredibly surprised. After that, I got to try hairstyles I had never done before, like ponytails and braided pigtails, along with clothes I don't usually wear, such as long flare skirts, dresses, and knit tops. I tried them on to my heart's content and even had copies of the data made as souvenirs. However, I did have to refuse the gothic Lolita twin tails that Aero was made to wear. It feels weird seeing Schooner with long hair, Aero said, playing with my newly lengthened hair after the photoshoot was over and I had changed back into my own clothes. I kind of like it this way, but can this be removed? I asked, thinking that while I wanted to keep the long hair, shorter hair might be better for racing. When I asked the stylist if it could be removed like regular extensions, she replied, "Of course it can." She then gathered my hair into a ponytail and sprayed it with what seemed to be a remover she had received from the woman in the white coat. First, we tie up the extended part of the hair like this, apply the special remover spray, wait about 10 seconds, and voila, it comes off in one go. As soon as the stylist said this, my head felt lighter. Looking over, I saw that the stylist was holding what had been my hair just moments ago. Even though it was artificial, seeing a large chunk of hair come off was quite a shocking sight, and I felt a bit disappointed. The commercial that was released later turned out beautifully, but I wanted to complain about the posters. There were 2 poster designs for each racer. The right side always showed us in racing suits, while the left side showcased our transformed look after Sylphid Gospel's beauty treatment. While the others were dressed in cute outfits, for some reason, my posters featured me in a men's suit and gothic Lolita twin tails. End of Volume 3.